بسمك اللهم الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. اللهم آتنا الحكمة وفصل الخطاب. أبشر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جميعا. Good evening. Hope you're doing well. I always ask myself why. Why we're doing this. يمين ولا يسار؟ Okay. على الشاشة. أبشر. I always ask myself why. Why the team working on this initiative and this project works day and night effortlessly to make this happen. Why they wake up every morning investing their time, resources, all the efforts they have to do such projects. And only one answer came in my mind, which is what we believe in MISC, is we can't always build the future for our youth, but we can always build our youth for the future. This is what UNESCO JPO program is all about. It's about empowering you. I'm speaking to you, our beloved enrollees, to increase our international representation of Saudi youth. We need you to voice out your concerns, to be part of the global conversation, to make a change, to influence, and to show the talents and the abilities that you have to the whole world. First, I would love to welcome our beloved permanent representative to the UNESCO, Princess Haifa Al-Migran. And also I would love to welcome our international partners from UNESCO team, also our partners from the Ministry of Culture, as well as our JPO, I'm not going to call you students, leaders, I'll say JPO leaders. And also to Abu Abdulaziz, our CPO, Chief Program Officer, Engineer Omar Najjar, as well as the attendees as well. I'm not going to make it long, but just to tell you why we're here today. We're here to do three things, the CCCs, I'll call it. When the team briefed me, I was like, let's call it the CCC. First, it's a chance for us to connect and what? نسيت. It's for us to connect and celebrate. That's the three CCs. So it's a chance for us to connect and celebrate. And that's why we made sure that we designed the program and the event today to ensure that we tap into those things. So that's why we're going to have, inshallah, outside a lot of activations and networking chances to maximize the impact of being here, inshallah, and enjoy your time. I would love to introduce our Chief Program Officer, our inspiring leader, Engineer Omar Najjar. Abu Abdulaziz, المايك لك. صفقة كبيرة لأبو عبدالعزيز.
Thank you very much. أنا سعيد جدا بوقوفي اليوم معاكم هنا لتهنئتكم جميعا. The third C that I would like also to add to Abdurrahman's two C's is to congratulate everyone in this room. So it's connect, celebrate, and congratulate everyone in this room. And also to thank our partners in this journey. This program has been in place for a number of years now with MISC. This is not our first time we conduct this program, but this program continues to grow and continues to be better and continues to be bigger with better outcomes and also much better enrollees in this time. So this time we had 600 applications with 6 people who made it to the final seat. So it's around 1%. Probably Harvard doesn't have that much of selection criteria or the conversion rate between the applications and the number of seats. So congratulations, really big congratulations to everyone who made it to this. MISC as a foundation is really focused to discover, equip, and also put on the right track the youth of Saudi. And we have done that in number of ways and number of tracks. So we have a track which is this track, the MISC skills track, which may make your career better and you put you on the right track, equip you, but before that, discover you. This 1% out of the 600, 6 out of 600, this is a discovery journey, yeah? We also do that in the leadership track. We discover, we train, we give the opportunity, we put people on the right track in the leadership space. We also help the interested Saudi youth to create their NGOs through our MISC community track. And we also help the future entrepreneurs of Saudi in our entrepreneurship track. So this opportunity that we talked about today, we're talking about today, is one of many, many opportunities for the Saudi youth. This is one chance that we offer in MISC. It has been, as I was told by the team, a journey for every one of you, a marathon probably for every one of you. But now you are in that seat of responsibility and accountability. Responsibility to represent yourself, represent your country, and also deliver on the promises for the organization that you're going to. You are going to an esteemed organization. UNESCO is not, one of the, it's one of the organizations that are very respectful in the world, as you know, and it's a chance that is not easy, that you get a seat over there, yeah? So a lot of responsibility, a lot of accountability on your part, and but we're all sure with all the interviews, with all the selection that you have been to or through, you are up to that accountability and responsibility. So congratulations again, and thank you for everyone who made this happen.
Princess Haifa is with us. If you can see her, Princess Haifa, I had the pleasure to work with her. I consider her a mentor. Actually, I didn't have an interview with her. She asked only one question, like, what makes you wake up every day in the morning to come to work? That was her interview question. She is human-centric. She believes in our youth. Thank you for her making the time to be with us, share her thoughts about this, for supporting you, and we'll continue supporting you throughout the program. So thank you, Your Highness. We're all ears, and the stage is yours. وشكرا لوقتك وشكرا لحضورك معنا أم سعد.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Because I hear an echo of my voice.
We can hear you clearly, Saad. So if you want to start, please.
Yeah, but I hear myself back. So now it's good. Now it's good because, you know, as much as every person admires him or herself, they don't want to hear their voice again. But shukran. Now it's good. Shukran, Abdurrahman. And I'm very happy to see you today. It's always a delight to see you. And you are يعني أيقظت الذكريات الجميلة اللي اشتغلنا فيها لما we were working on the SDGs in Saudi Arabia. It is very much related to the work of the JPOs in the future, and I'm sure you will be also very resourceful in terms of SDGs and areas related to that and how to integrate it within the work of UNESCO. First of all, let me start by thanking MISC for having me today. I would like to thank Mr. Omar, I would like to thank you, Abdurrahman, and everyone who is here today, especially the JPOs. And maybe I would like to correct something. They are not students, they are professional officers. They're professional staff of the UN with an index number and laissez-passer, which is the blue passport. So, and this is a great responsibility indeed. Before I start, MISC has always been this place where they come up with the initiatives that no one can do, or no one can think that it could happen. And it continues to do this. Part of that, of course, is doing the JPO program, not only with UNESCO, with other UN organizations, and it has been very successful. So I'd like to thank MISC for believing in our youth and pushing them forward to being more integrated with the international organizations. I know I have 20 minutes, I think, as I was told. I hope that I will stick to the time. I have a lot to say in this regard. First of all, before I start, what language would you prefer me to take this forward with? Do you want me to talk in Arabic, English? Is there any preference?
As you wish, Your Highness, but we do have non-Arabic speakers, so if that's okay with you to speak in English, but you can switch between both during your talk as you see fit. So as you wish, Your Highness.
Well, now I think almost all ambassadors know how to say inshallah. I think it's one of the words that I have integrated into discussions. Before we start, so now what we have at our hands. We have two patches today, one previous JPOs, and then we have another patch, which is the new JPOs that are there. Of course, you know what JPOs means. It's a junior professional officers. It's a program that is created in the UN system to integrate more people from different regions of the world, so have more geographical distribution of staff at the UN level. The JPO program is, for one, it can be extended for 2 years, as you know, and it is meant to, how can I say, have more staff having a career in the United Nations. Now, a very good number of senior staff in the United Nations were JPOs to start with. Of course, maybe the HR representatives here will tell you that the salary may not be that much, but it is worth it. I've been a UN staff myself. I started my career in the university for a year, but then I moved to the United Nations Development Program, or UNDP, for 7 years. And I moved in 2 posts. I became a national officer, and the amount of journey and amount of the things that I have learned, I could not have learned it any other place. Now, I don't want to talk so much about, to be honest, my career and how I went through different steps, because I think I want to talk today about what is relevant to you. Now you're starting this journey. There is some who, of course, know already what is being there. A lot have different ideas about how the UNESCO can be and how it should be. I remember when I first applied to the job at UNDP, I assumed that they go to the poor areas and have more humanitarian work and less work behind the screen and less of an office job. And it was an eye-opener. How can we change the world by working behind the screen? How can we change policies? How can we implement programs? How can we follow up on projects? Make sure that the work, that the glory of the UN is maintained and the real impact of the UN is implemented. Now in UNESCO, as you know, it's for education, culture, and science, but then that goes everywhere. We speak about the ethics of artificial intelligence, we speak about open science, and we speak about safety of journalists, and definitely climate action is one major dimension. So it is multi-sectoral, it is interesting, it is a different organization from the rest of the United Nations organizations, definitely. Now, I had a discussion with one lady in one of the sectors that I don't want to name now, and she approached me and she said, you know what, I am taking one JPO with me in the team. And I would like to tell you that the selection process was very challenging because all of them were outstanding. And she wanted to congratulate me for the quality and the caliber of our youth that, or our JPOs that are outstanding in her point of view. So this is one of the reflections that I had from the new JPOs. Of course, the existing ones, I keep talking to a number of you and staff, they are all very encouraged, they are all positive, and they would love to take things forward from there. Now, once you are a JPO, there are two things that, if I want to start with your career, two things that you need to focus on. Whether one, you can continue and have a career in the UNESCO, which is there will be job openings somewhere, and you can talk to the HR today and ask them all the questions that you have in mind. And there is one dimension is actually, okay, I have the exposure, I have the know-how, I've been connected, I can go to other UN organizations, I can go to other multilateral organizations, or I can go back home and work in this field and be more of a reference in this point. So for me, if I look at it, it's a win-win situation. It depends on how, and it depends on your approach on how to make it successful. Now, this is the first dimension that I would like to explain. The other dimension is, now, okay, you are enrolled, you will be given an index number, you will be a United Nations staff. What does that mean? Yes, of course, you are our youth. We're very proud of you. But you are an international civil servant. So you will be working for the whole world. The directions that you take are from the UNESCO to implement the organization and its principles that Saudi Arabia has started. You know, we are as a signatory partner to the start of a founding partner in the UNESCO. And that's very important to remember. Yes, of course, you represent your country everywhere, whatever you do, in your ethics, in your diligence, in your excellence. But at the same time, you are working in an international organization to deliver international benefits and maybe utilize what you have and connections that you have with your country to make sure that your mission is a success. Now, looking at Saudi Arabia, when I arrived here, there are different perceptions about Saudi Arabia. بعضهم they really know so much. Some of them really, you'll be surprised at how little information they know of our country. I think it's part of your responsibility also to be the example. Be yourself. Do not try to, if I can say, give excuses to being yourself. Just be yourself. And show this international community who you are. You're just like, again, yes, you are special in your roots, in your values, in your beliefs. But again, we have so much in common with the rest of the world. And it's important to show this to the rest of the world. So, yes, I think it's a good privilege to be part of, out of 600. 6 are accepted, but it is a great responsibility at the same time. There's a lot that I can say, to be honest, and there's a lot that we have prepared in this regard. But I'm really focusing on what can you take away with you today. And if you want to write down, please feel free to write down. You will be located at different sectors in UNESCO. Some of you already are located. Some of you are new and already allocated certain fields. The first advice that I give, it is not about your education sometimes, it is about your attitude. And whenever I want to hire, yes, of course, I look at the qualifications and the experience. But for me, what matters is the attitude. And I think this will take you everywhere. The attitude, what does it mean? The attitude to ability to learn, to be humble, and not thinking that I know it all, and listen, to be accepting the others, to be accepting different beliefs and different views, different, you have to be humble, you have to have the right attitude, and you have to have the ability to learn. A very important skill, and I can say very openly and very comfortably that you can never succeed without, is the ability to read and analyze. If you don't read, you're not going to succeed anywhere in this organization. And if any one of you doesn't like to read, then you're going to face a very boring job ahead of you. So there's a lot of documents that passes in our direction. My office is full of them. They are full of words. And if you don't follow up, and if you don't read, and if you don't analyze what is useful, what is not, how can you link things together, then you will not be able to succeed. So the attitude is very important. Number two, what is important? I mean, I worked in the UN before, and maybe UNESCO HR will not like it very much, but sometimes the JPO are regarded as free labor. So we are here and we will give you whatever comes, you know. Yes, they will sit with you, they will, you know, try to build certain skills that are there in the TORs. But definitely, if you do not ask for the work, it will not be given to you. If you will not ask to be engaged and take more responsibilities, then you will not be pampered and taken care of. So it is a very challenging position. It can be very rewarding, but it depends on your attitude. How much are you engaged? How much are you open to others? How much are you willing to take responsibilities that sometimes are beyond your job? How much are you interested in other meetings that take place? I'll give you an example. So I've seen some countries who are members of the World Heritage Committee, for example. Saudi Arabia is a member. I only see them when the official meeting is there. But the real business happens in the working groups. So I can see different level of engagements where countries are really interested in the working group and they're engaging effectively, they're drafting, they're working on things, but at the same time, they cook it in the kitchen. And then when it goes to the committee, everything is done already, and then the minor negotiation happens and takes place. So another advice is be interested in the working groups, be interested in things that may be, you know, not part of your job description. Why not? Another thing is that there are different sectors, and as any big bureaucratic, you know, organization, there sometimes happen to be the silo mentality. In UNESCO, there is a level of engagement between different sectors, yet it is not complete. So feel free to go and ask, educate yourself, know more, attend more. Utilize this time that you have here in this organization to learn more and expand. Maybe you will be interested in a job in another sector. Why not? But now we see more integration. For example, now there is a new direction towards having education and culture. How can you integrate culture in the education curricula, for example? And it's a, you know, a very interesting dimension to look at. There are so many conventions that we're working on that is multidimensional and that are of nature and that are very important for you to read and understand. So going back, the right attitude, learn as much as you can, and you can only learn by exposing yourself, by asking for more work, by going beyond your job description. And this is the real way to go about it. Secondly, read as much as you can. Read and analyze and write down. I want to see, I wish that I can see every one of you here sitting with a note, writing down. I still have actually a notebook that I carried with me when I first was appointed in the UNDP. I still have it because I remember going around and writing down. And I still have it. And I used it for 7 years. So please, sitting anywhere in a meeting, I know you're professionals already. I mean, you've been selected based on your experience, based on your, you're outstanding. But please, be able to write, analyze, remember as much as you can. زي لما كنتوا في الجامعة. Because it is a learning process. Now, another thing that is good also to expose yourself to is the system itself. Now, there is the programs, and there is of course, the projects. There are the conventions, the committees, and their systems. But there's also the system of the UN. How do they plan? How do they initiate a project? How do they audit? And they benefited from that a lot in the UNDP. How do they manage their HR? How do they do their evaluation of their staff? And you'll be surprised, huh? There's a lot of good systems there that you can learn from, or you can learn to avoid if you don't see it useful. But again, it is a new, if I say rewarding experience, but you can only maximize on it if you know the keys, the right keys to it. I have a lot, to be honest, to share with you. Again, I want to be as useful as I can. Here in the delegation is the, of course, we are part of the Ministry of Culture, as you know. Prince Badr Farhan, the Minister of Culture, is the head of the National Commission for the Education, Culture and Science. And he is the one who, that's why the mission here is part of the Ministry of Culture. Does that mean we focus only on culture? No. We're working hand in hand with the National Commission to make sure that we integrate the work of Saudi Arabia and the projects and the directions and the participation in different committees and commissions throughout different sectors in Saudi Arabia. And that brings me to the maybe from the lessons learned from the current JPOs. It is maybe very good to link with the ministry responsible for the sector that you are working in. And we can help you with that. There are some, for example, new declarations coming up that maybe were not in the radar. Saudi Arabia was not participating, not enough, maybe experts were attending. Please let us know. This is our job here at the delegation, to make sure that Saudi Arabia is well presented and at the same time is an active policy maker in the international arena for the rest of the world. So by all means, we are here to support. I know the existing JPOs may rarely have the chance to sit with them, but again, they are international civil servants. We are here to support them when it comes to Saudi Arabia and the connection between UNESCO and Saudi Arabia. Other than that, you are here to work in this amazing organization that can do a lot of good, but in the same time, only if you do it right. Again, صراحة, I don't have so much more to say. Be practical, of course. Again, as I write here, responsibility and accountability. It is important, as Mr. Omar said, the responsibility and accountability. You will be there for a year. It can be extended for another year, providing that there's both sides have the interest to extend for you. There will be job openings. Make sure that if you want to continue a career in the UNESCO, to apply for them. Communicate with the HR office. They will be very helpful to you in this regard. And listen to the previous JPOs. But do not make a judgment. Listen, keep it in your records, write it down. But again, do not pass a judgment until you go there and try yourself. The previous JPOs were in different fields and they have different experiences. In Nairobi, it's a different office, different way of conducting business. In Egypt, the same, different. But in here, in the headquarters, totally different culture. So listen to the rest, listen to what they have to say, listen to their experience, but make sure, just assured that nor the negative or the positive will be your experience. It will be what you make out of it. I know that I have 3 minutes left. I hope that I'm still connected. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, because the screen is frozen. Listen to the previous JPOs, listen to their challenges, how did they overcome them, how did they maximize on their experience. And again, we are here to support. I am here as a person and as a previous experience for me, I'm here to support you for advice if you would like in your career, how to advance in your sector, what kind of job openings to apply for, but be diligent, follow up the UN Careers website, the UNESCO HR website, if you are interested to have a career in the UNESCO or maybe in other organizations. One way to look at things is how can you build your CV by the end of this year or two, and you're going to write your CV. What are you going to write? What did you work on? Did you work on important projects or were you just a paper pusher? So it's important to you, if you think maybe a reverse engineer, think about what would you like your CV to look like, not a matter of position. It's about what projects did you work on, what is the variety of things that you, what are the variety of things that you worked on, and what did you achieve out of it. This is the advice that I can give so far. I don't want to take more time, and I would like to thank you again for listening to me. I hope that you remember what I say. I am here as a person to give you all the advice if you find it useful. And I'm looking forward also to seeing again our current JPOs and celebrating their success. And I'm looking forward to have for you today a very useful conversation and dialogue. And we will then welcome you, whoever is coming to Paris, welcome you in Paris. And I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
تتصورون معها ان شاء الله لما تروحوا بالسلامه لباريس وبلدان ثانيه ان شاء الله.
انا موجوده اذا تبغون ناخذ صوره جماعيه I'm there.
Please, we would love to. Our young JPO leaders would love to take a picture with you, virtual picture. ما ادري هل شكله فكره صالح شكله. Our marketing manager. But we would love to have. Please come in. يس مين اللي حيصور؟ بس اذا ممكن محمد بس تساعدهم بس كان يوقفوا كده عشان بس الفريم وعشان برضو كمان ما ناخذ من وقت من الوقت الجميع. عادي انا اساعدك محمد بس قول لي كيف يوقفون على الجنب الايسر وقف انت خلي يوقفوا جنبك ماجد خلاص هنا كمان الجوهره تيم داليا نوف
في ميوزك فما اسمعك عبد الرحمن.
سمي
في ميوزك كل شوي تشتغل فما اسمعك.
ونشيل الميوزك بليز كان يستوب الميوزك بليز عشان تسمعنا. الجوهرة بليز.
I'm sorry يعني Miss Afnan and Mr. Tariq are already يعني they had enough of the music so it's good to
كذا شوي كذا شوي excuse me كذا شوي عشان تغطي عليها. اوكي قربي كمان شوي 4 no that's okay. خليكم مع محمد. Yes 3 2 1 big smile everyone حتى from Paris. لا ليش غيرتوا الصورة؟ رجعوها بليز. big smile everyone وحناخذ واحدة ثانية كمان نستغل الفرصة. ودي التيم برضو كمان يتصور معاك. They did an amazing job خلال الأسابيع الماضية والشهور الماضية to make this happen. So I would love to take a picture to capture this memory and capture this moment. So الجوهر.
Tell me because my smile is frozen so tell me when to relax my smile.
You look great مساعد. غدير الشيخة. مو مشكلة طيب لسه ما خلص الصورة. خلاص محمد عشان تاخذ بريك بس من الابتسامة.
ايه
طيب خلاص خذ بريك few seconds بعدين في صورة ثانية مع the rest of the team. أبو عبد العزيز would you love to join us please thank you. مين باقي كمان who else هو كذا who else yeah I think that's okay. غيدة وين موجودة يلا اوكي 3 2 1
okay
smile. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone. أخذنا من وقتك. سموك.
كنت أخذت الميوزك ترى والله ما أسمعك عبد الرحمن.
أنا آسف. طيب شال الميوزك كنت بقول لك إنه everyone was noting down everything you said. They were actively listening. وكانوا ينهمنا من المعلومات اللي أنت شاركتيها. حتى أنا شخصياً تعلمت بعض الأشياء اللي من اللي ذكرتيها. جزاك الله خير والله ينفع فيك سعد. I hope you stay with us. And now we're going to deep dive. Abu Abdul Aziz in his welcoming note, he talked about the different tracks that MISC offer for youth to empower them in different fields and different realms. So we'll deep dive in MISC skills, and my colleague Johara Dieb will be handling this section. صح؟ مع غدير برضو كمان. So help me welcome Ghadir and Al-Johara.
Thank you so much, Abdurrahman. So as Abdurrahman mentioned, I'll be speaking about MISC skills with my colleague Ghadir. أول شيء يعني أحب أعبر عن شكري. Thank you so much كلكم for coming. We are really proud of the new JPOs, and we just wanted to give you a brief about what we do in MISC and specifically in MISC skills, and then I will allow some room to my colleague Ghadir to speak about the traineeships program. So just to follow up about Abu Abdulaziz, what he mentioned, in MISC we focus on three main tracks. The first track is the leadership track, where we empower future leaders from early age of high school until they become senior leaders. For example, we have the 2030 Leaders Program, where we have ready senior leaders to give to the government and the initiatives that we have. And then we have the community engagement track, where we focus on youth speaking up about the issues we have, any ideas that they can provide to giving back to community, as well as creating non-profit organizations and supporting the third sector. The last track we have is the entrepreneurship track, where we focus on the startup ecosystem and the entrepreneurs as well. We work on with startups from the ideation stage until they become mature enough to expand in the business. In MISC Skills, we upskill and support Saudi youth and the skills necessary for them to be ready for the labor market. And when we say labor market here, we don't only mean for them to be employed, we also support the MISC ecosystem in the third sector nonprofit organizations, which falls under this program, as well as the startup ecosystem. So in MISC we have, in MISC Skills, we have 8 empowering programs, projects, all fall under 3 main programs. The first program is the Career Discovery Program, where we take youth from early stage in high school, which Abdurrahman and Rahaf and my colleague Asma are working on. It is focusing mainly on the mass segment of our youth, where we focus on discovery program, on awareness programs, and so on. So we have 3 main projects. The first project is Discover Your Path in partnership with the Ministry of Education. It is distributed across schools across Saudi Arabia, and we also give training to the educators as well as the parents. So we empower the whole ecosystem around the students. We also have the job shadowing program, which is led by Abdurrahman, which is a very interesting program where we select high school students to visit multiple employers, partner organizations to explore future careers and supporting them and taking decisions for future. And then we have the Career Essentials program, which is more of a soft skills program, self-paced, offered for early professionals, university students, as well as high school students. And then the second program is the Career Preparation program, where we focus on youth who already knows what they want to focus on. So we have immersive courses, upskilling courses for 10 weeks, 8 hours a day, very intense. They already have capstone projects to work on. So once they graduate, it is something that is heavy and will help them to explore future careers. We have different courses there in data science and UX design, in the nonprofit sector, game arts, and screenwriting. It's led by my colleague Yasmin and Mohammed here. And there is the other project in career preparation program, which is the startup school, MISC Startup School, where we more of a master class. We invited successful entrepreneurs in Saudi to speak their experiences about how is it, the lessons learned in starting up a business, any advices they have for entrepreneurs wannabe or even new entrepreneurs in the market. The last program, which is the Career Launch program, where we focus on senior university students, fresh graduates, or even early professionals, which falls, the traineeship program falls under this program, the MPO, the JPOs, and so on. And then we have another a platform, which is a virtual work experience platform, where we partner multiple top-tier organizations to offer a simulation of a virtual work experience. It is open mass to the market. Anyone can enter there, and it will support them to take a decision or to know if they want to grow in this field or not. In the traineeship program, I'll give it to my colleague Ghadir to speak. But last thing just I wanted to mention is the impact generated in MISC skills. So we have completed more than 2 million learning hours. We had in 2021 more than 500,000 applications. We work across 500 local and international partners, and we reach to the whole Saudi region. Thank you. Ghadir will give you a brief about the traineeship program.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Johara. So just to recenter ourselves, just to go back to the heart of MISC Foundation and what we really focus on. Maybe, Ghaida, if we can go back one slide. Again, here, we're all about discovering, developing, and empowering Saudi youth so they can be prepared for the future. And this is why you're all here today. To tell you a bit more about the traineeship program. So basically, as MISC, we act as the bridge between the top talented Saudi youth and the top organizations, top-tier organizations like the UNESCO, like the UN, and many others. So we focused on reaching the crème de la crème, so basically the top talented Saudi youth, whether they're here in Saudi Arabia or they are studying abroad or even working abroad. And we also reach the top organizations. So we are just acting as this bridge between both. To give you a recap in numbers, especially when it comes to our impact, since 2018, we have impacted more than 4,000 beneficiaries across more than 400 companies, different industries as well, because we really try to focus on the priority industries for Saudi Arabia. So 19 different industries, and we have worked on more than 60 countries as well. So one of the special countries you are going through is going to be in France, but there are so many more opportunities that are abroad. Of course, we can't do this work without our partners. So MISC Foundation is really powered by a network of more than 400 partners. Again, they range across top-tier organizations, both locally, internationally, startups, SMEs, and of course, the non-profit and international organizations. So we're actually growing our network. We're very blessed to have this network that keeps growing, and we keep having long-lasting relationships. So just as a fun fact, we have more than 85% of our partners that continue to collaborate with us year over year. So this is great. The direction for this year is that we want to also continue growing and expanding the international non-profit network. So we don't only want to continue with UNESCO and UN, but we really see the value in sending more Saudis across international non-profit organizations so we can get that exposure and hopefully bring it back to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. To tell you a bit more about our engagement with the JPO program, so again, we started in 2018 across the UN and UNESCO. And we have sponsored so far around 28 JPOs to represent KSA in the United Nations system. So in terms of countries, again, we have a sample countries here. We have sent Saudis to the US, to Switzerland, France, Egypt, Jordan, and Kenya. This is just a sample, and I think there are more. In terms of positions as well, in terms of placement, we really try to give a diversity and also identify, what really matters for us as Saudi Arabia. What do we want our youth to go and get learning of or exposure? So we have a lot of diversity when it comes to education or culture or economics. And I know there's a JPO that is going to be working on drug demand reduction as well with the UN. So really interesting topics, really critical topics, and also very niche that are, let's say, underrepresented here in Saudi Arabia, so we can have this knowledge share and experience. Before we continue and give it to our partners with UNESCO, I just wanted you all to watch a video that we captured a testimony from a previous JPO. Her name is Noor, and so we can, thank you.
My name is Noor Kiyal, and a few words to describe me are curious, connected, and creative. The great thing about MISC is that they have a variety of opportunities, and I was instantly interested in the UNESCO program. So when I saw the application for UNESCO, I knew I wanted to apply because pillars in my life, personally and professionally, are truth, integrity, peace, and diversity. In my first few months at UNESCO, I had this idea about creating more engagement in schools through using creativity and arts education. I told this idea to my director, Paola Leoncini Bartoli, and she then entered it in this sector-wide competition. Luckily, it did win the prize and was sponsored and executed afterwards. In November 2019, it was UNESCO's 40th General Conference, and my team in culture was hosting and developed the program for UNESCO's Forum of Minister of Cultures. Part of my role there was program development and as well as hosting the ministers from all over the world. And being in that experience really showed me how deeply I want to be an agent of change in social transformation, in creating spaces for expression and creativity and cultural activities. Working at UNESCO helped me develop a global mindset. So when I would create projects, I would create them for different countries around the world. And that would really help me adapt my project styles in order to scale them globally. Also, speaking to people from all backgrounds of life, from politicians to artists and everything in between, it's really taught me the power of communication. To be able to speak your message with clarity to different audiences is an amazing tool for outreach, for understanding, for peace, for connection, and for community. Coming back to Saudi, I started my social entrepreneurship called Light Expressions, and we use the frame of holistic leadership for self-development and community transformation. I appreciate MISC's support in propelling Saudi youth into global learning and thinking. Advice I would have for Saudi youth is, first of all, know yourself. Be self-aware, understand your strength, understand how you operate, because taking that time to reflect will make such a big difference in the direction and the orientation of your goals. It will help you align your actions with your vision. And focus on your skills. Focus on the things that you're passionate about, the things that drive you, the things that you would do even if someone wasn't asking you. Most likely that's the thing that you can serve others best in. Because like life, work will have its challenges, it will have its ups and downs. But when you're working in something that you are curious about and passionate about, that's when you can innovate. That's when you can go through and excel and create the results that you want to achieve.
Thank you, Johara and Ghadir. Now I would love to please help me welcome Miss Rosella Salvia, all the way from France, and her team as well. So please welcome Rosella with me, and she'll be talking about different topic points, and also her team would love to meet you personally and greet you. So the floor is yours, Rosella. Hope you can hear us. Let's check. Let's make sure that she can hear us so we can take over. Technology. That's okay, no problem. No problem. Can we test? Rosella, can you hear us? Rosella. That's okay. How's it going so far? I'm excited, to be honest. France, it's a nice country. Have you ever been to France before? I'm very excited. So متى بتبدأوا إن شاء الله؟ متى يبدأ البرنامج؟ really فيزا يا الجوهرة منتظرين الفيزا. الله يوفقكم. And we have high hopes. دعواتنا لكم تفتحون البلد. الله يعافيكم يا رب. بس انتوا كفوا ان شاء الله. زعلت علينا هيفا عشان قلنا لكم سوري. عايزين مين؟ I meant the other leaders. الله يعافيكم. طيب. Can we check? No problem. Those things are expected. That's totally fine. Yeah, Ghadir is suggesting that we stretch out شوي for a couple of seconds. You're great with ice breaking stuff. بس أعتقد الحين ما في ice. خلاص. It's almost 6. 5:30. Seconds and we'll be back. So just stretch out for a few seconds and we'll be back, inshallah. Sorry.
So as we wait for Rosella, who's the head of, the program in UNESCO, maybe we could start hearing from the JPOs. So we have some time and let's use it wisely. Maybe Hik, in a few words, what are your expectations for the program? What are you excited for? 3 words, 4 words, just express. Of course, later on we're going to have an introduction for you to introduce yourself, introduce the post that you are going to be working on. Okay.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Hanouf, and I'm excited. I'm looking forward, and I know I will be working very hard, but I am mentally and physically ready to start this journey. So,
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Lamia. I'm also very excited. This is a new journey, inshallah, and hopefully we will do, inshallah, we will do our best. And yeah, looking forward to it.
I'm Manar Al Mahmoud. I'm really excited mostly about the UNESCO culture. I'm told that it's very diverse, and meeting people from all over the world is going to be a very enriching experience.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. We're excited for you. And please let us know how the experience is going as you go. Maybe we didn't mention this yet, but we would love for you to use a hashtag, not only during the event, but also in the future if you have any achievements we want to share it, whether it's on LinkedIn as something very professional or also on Twitter. Saleh, our marketing lead, do we have the hashtag or shall we send it? Okay, so the hashtag is MISC_JPOs. So use it tonight, use it in the future. We would love to stay up to date with whatever you're up to. Rania, so as you weren't here, we heard from the JPOs what they were excited about. So what's your expectations for the program? Just take it in a few words, you can just share.
Well, actually, I'm really excited to work with international teams and basically learn from the best in the industry or like the non-profit organization. So I don't think it gets better than this at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Okay.
So since we're having technical issues, why not introduce yourself properly? And we start with you. We're going to switch up some items and the agenda. So we would love to start knowing more about you and meet you. So would you like to start with the former JPOs or the current JPOs? So let's start with the former JPOs. They're with us online, right? Yes. So let's do that. I would like to welcome, or help me welcome, Badr Al-Amri, Maysam Al-Ahmed, Ali Al-Shabnan, Maram الجهني، الهنوف المقبل، وآلاء عطين. نرحب فيهم كلهم. Thank you so much for joining. We really appreciate your time. We're so proud of you. You've well represented your country, MISC, and yourselves as well previously in this program. So we'd love to connect you with our current JPOs and to learn more about you, your experiences, what you've learned, and to connect, as we promised you earlier in this session. So who would like to start? Is it in alphabetical, Johara, or we'll hear from all of them? So let's go with Badr. Badr, would you like to go first?
If I may.
Yeah, sure.
So I will be moderating this session for my colleagues, but is it just me or is everyone hearing this echo?
There is an echo, indeed.
Okay, there's an echo. Is that something that we might be able to sort out, just because it's very echoey?
Yeah, the team is working on it, but feel free to start.
Perfect.
We'll fix it. We've been very thrilled to hear from you and your experiences, so please go ahead.
Right, thank you very much. So السلام عليكم جميعا. معكم آلاء العتين. I'm a JPO working in the culture sector. I'm currently based in Amman, Jordan. I'm working on the implementation of the cultural conventions, in particular right now on the convention for trafficking, armed conflict, protecting cultural property, and on intangible cultural heritage. So I'm going to give the floor to Maysam to introduce herself.
Thank you, Ala. Assalamu alaikum jami'an, nice to virtually meet you all. اسمي ميسم الأحمد. I've been also with the group since 2018. I'm working in the cabinet of the Director General of UNESCO as part of the task force for Revive the Spirit of Mosul and the Beirut initiatives under the context of post-crisis development.
Thank you, Maysam. Ali al-Hanouf.
Sure, assalamu alaikum jami'an. First of all, congratulations to JPO. My name is I've been a JPO with UNESCO in the culture sector for about 10 months now. I work in the culture sustainable development team and to all of the various
Hello everyone, marhaba. First of all, such a pleasure to be amongst you, all of you. Exchange our ideas, draw on our knowledge and stories. And I think that is one of the main things that connects us as human beings and basically reminds us that we are all interdependent. So my name is Hanouf al-Maqbil, and after my graduation with a bachelor's degree of English Literature and Linguistics, I gained this great opportunity to join UNESCO, and since then I've been working in the Culture Policies and Development Unit. Our mandate is quite wide. We work on connecting culture to different sectors for development, which basically I think I was lucky with my placement. It has given me the right exposure to the different sectors, as well as the space for creativity to observe and work on the interlinkages. So looking forward to our discussion today, and looking forward to meeting my future colleagues and hopefully later on meeting them on the premises of UNESCO. Thank you.
Thank you all. And then there's Badr, unfortunately, Al-Amri, which is working on SHS, so social sciences, won't be able to join us today. And then we also have our colleague Maram that will be joining later on, and she will introduce herself, and she's working in the education sector. So me and my fellow JPOs are really excited, Annie, to have you joining our little family as we grow as the UNESCO JPOs. And we're really excited. We remember the time that we were, in your shoes. Moving to France, we did, everything was new to us, and we were, anxious and all of that. So for today's session, we thought it might be really, really useful if we kind of spoke under certain themes. So the themes that we want to speak about today is learning, growth, and impact. And then the second theme is experiences working at UNESCO. And then after that, we're going to have about 5 minutes for 2 questions, and then again later on we'd be more than happy for you to reach out to us via LinkedIn, have another, you know, session, Zoom session, to just discuss any questions that you might have. So I think for, you know, our first theme, learning, growth, and impact, I'd like to give Hanof first the floor to kind of speak about an experience of hers within this theme.
Thank you a lot. Thanks so much. I think for me that holds a great importance, that the subject of learning, especially in the context of UNESCO. So, because for me it is one of the things that mark UNESCO an interesting place to work at. I'm still hearing an echo, which really disturbs me, but I'll try my best. So basically, I think the unique process of learning and exposure that UNESCO will provide you with is essentially a very valuable thing that you should benefit from. The right exposure to different sectors for different sectors that are involved for international sustainable development is a particular thing, especially in a multicultural environment. I think it has to do with this realization that basically any intervention for development has to be comprehensive and sustainable, and for this to be accomplished, it has to be tackled through the different synergies, through the joint projects from various aspects, all while learning from one another, from different cultures, from different experiences. So basically, one should indeed expose themselves to the different sectors here to strive to create synergies, to not really stick to your mandate. You will be mandated with a couple of tasks, but I think there is a lot of importance for you to expose yourself to the different sectors, what they're doing, to connect them to your mandate, and to try basically to experience with this space, to bring about your creativity and joint projects. I think that bears a lot of relevance more than ever to our ever-changing world, since it's very interconnected and interlinked. So, for instance, just to give you a little bit of an example, I work at culture, in the culture sector, and it has to do with cultural policy development. But at the same time, we have this flagship initiative, which is to connect culture to education. This is an excellent example of these joint initiatives, because these joint efforts between the two sectors have resulted in a framework to harness the role of culture in education that will eventually contribute in expanding, for example, the learning outcomes in quality education, capacity, skills, all through the opportunities provided by culture, as well as through the promotion of cultural diversity. So to conclude, eventually I think what renders learning here at UNESCO meaningful, lifelong, and comprehensive is the profound understanding that a profound understanding around UNESCO's mandate and how the sectors are connected, as well as drawing on the knowledge, the culture, the exposure that the multicultural environment here at UNESCO provides you with, and I think you should totally interact with and benefit from. I strongly believe that the world needs education, science, culture, information, but together, not in silos, to collectively understand our world, to respect, celebrate the diversity, and basically to learn how to live in harmony with one another and with the planet that we're on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for sharing that, Hanof. I think all of us, we agree on what you were saying, and thank you. So now I give the floor to Ali to share his experience and his story.
Thank you so much, Ala and Hanof. I'd like to touch upon my experience with the impact the assets of international civil servants have, specifically at UNESCO. Now, an organization like UNESCO, the mandate is very broad, and it spans very different sectors and industries, from education to culture to science, communication and information, which allow it to operate in several diverse developmental areas, which gives us the opportunity to learn so much from the work that's happening around us in the organization and from our colleagues on a daily basis. Now, much like many UN agencies, UNESCO is tasked by its member states to serve them, to service them, especially in the achievement of the 2030 UN Agenda and the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, as most of you should know. But UNESCO is also asked to respond to emerging challenges across the development spectrum as they arise. And as UNESCO is a laboratory of ideas and a convener, this really gives us a unique role of bringing together a wide variety of stakeholders in any given intervention or action. I will use an example from my current work, Ahnoof and I. We work in a team, a tightly knit team, in putting together the UNESCO World Conference on Cultural Policies and Sustainable Development, which will be held in Mexico in September, this September 2022. And throughout this process, we've had the pleasure and the challenge and opportunity to convene a wide variety of stakeholders. Well, Ahnoof and I did this in the Arab states, as we are tasked with that region. So we had a regional consultation for this UNESCO World Conference back in February to bring together the different actors and together define the thematic priorities of the region. Now this means we gathered all ministers of culture from the Arab world, universities, NGOs, civil society. So just seeing that in action and bringing these different voices together, which is not very common, is truly rewarding. Now, this also within our work in UNESCO, we work a lot with field offices and field office colleagues, and this really gives us a great insight into the tangibility and impact of our interventions. As Ala can attest to this, she's in the field, and she's a colleague as well from the same sector. In terms of the current context of working at UNESCO, increasingly cross-sectoral work is being emphasized by member states. Now, this entails that sectors are increasingly working together to deliver as one. So you might see in your respective posts that you will work with other units and colleagues with other sectors, which in my opinion greatly expands our exposure and enriches our experience by getting our feet wet in the work of other sectors. For example, Ahnoof mentioned that we are working on the culture sector, and our unit is working with the education sector to further integrate culture in education, in curricula, in technical and vocational training. And I'd like to conclude with, I just touched upon the impact of kind of our work to the world, the impact of working at UNESCO. Now, UNESCO is incredibly diverse in terms of geography, but of equal importance, also the expertise and the intellect. Now, take this group and your cohort as kind of a microcosm of that in terms of where you'll be placed, your background, and I think that's a prime example. Finally, UNESCO, it's a place of endless intellectual and cultural events and happenings, where almost on a weekly basis a member state, for example, will host an event featuring musicians, artists, intellectuals, and I think that's a wonderful opportunity that we shouldn't take for granted. I think I've touched upon everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ali, for sharing. And of course, this life of partying and all of that is very HQ. So when I moved to the field, I missed out quite a lot on that. But yeah, so this is really one of the things that you should enjoy while you're at HQ. You will always get invitations. Do try to go through those experiences. وزي ما شفتوا, we have a lot to share. But now we'll move on kind of under the second theme, and I was hoping, Laysam, you can tell me a little bit more about your working experience working under, the flagship initiatives, and just what that has meant for you working at UNESCO.
Thank you, Ala, and thank you everyone for sharing your experiences. My experience was a bit different because I was working for UN agencies before I came to UNESCO. It's always been my dream goal and job since I graduated to work within the UN system. However, what differed with me with UNESCO than my previous experiences was the involvement of Saudi Arabia. At the time when I graduated, Saudi's involvement, or Saudi citizens' involvement in the international field, was yet to be present. We didn't have have a lot of people working within the secretariat of various agencies. So when I applied for this program, one of the things that encouraged me to do so was the fact that we were growing as a country, we were growing as a presence, and I thought this was the great opportunity and time for me and for us to be a part of this change while also pursuing our global objectives. So for me, when I look at my time and experience in the UN and at UNESCO as well, even with the support of MISC, but we're also global citizens. We're in a place where we work with countries from all around the world. You will work with colleagues from around the world. You will work with lots of issues and challenges and projects and topics covering a number of variety of issues, regions, and area, as my colleagues have attested, whether or not you're in the field or at headquarters. So this is something to kind of keep in mind coming here. You represent your country. You're a number here to show Saudi's presence in the international community, but you're also serving a larger scale of global diversity, and some simple things such as the SDGs and the mandates that UNESCO has as well. So I was very fortunate to start my time here with Revival of the Spirit of Mosul initiative, which was kind of a new precedent for UNESCO, considering that UNESCO is not particularly a humanitarian or an aid agency, but rather works on long-term development. For us to go into a place where we are looking at developmental projects and rebuilding an entire city in terms of culture, education, communication, information, and cultural life, after the war and the destruction that had occurred to it. So this is where UNESCO's part in post-crisis development started and is now currently growing to include Beirut after the blast, and studying the case of Ukraine as an ongoing crisis and what we can come in to do in the future, hopefully if the war was to end soon. What is our role in post-crisis development in this area within all of UNESCO sectors? So my role specifically as a member of the task forces is to coordinate with our field offices in the areas we are working in addition to coordinating with all the sectors that we are working in, because these are the few unique cases where UNESCO is growing out of its regular mandate to try and work in an intersectoral method of trying to combine UNESCO as a one front when we are tackling these projects. Therefore, it's also made me a part of a growing experience at UNESCO. Where I started 3.5 years ago is so different from where I am today. And this is another message I want to share is when you come and you see what your job position is like, if you feel that some things aren't the way you expected it, it's okay. It's a start, and there's room for you to grow. There's room for you to expand on these responsibilities. Things that I care for right now, the things that I work on are extremely different than when I started. It really is a growing scale for you to challenge yourself and go. And then, as my colleagues have mentioned, the concept of communicating, of networking, helps you further in growing your capacity and your responsibilities and your job description. Being a JPO is one of the few things that kind of benefits us, to be able to have that flexibility of, engaging in different aspects of the project or the sector that you're working for. So it started for me as one project, and very, let's say, listed tasks grew to encompass so much more. And then the more projects we kind of adopted, the new initiatives of Beirut and the Ukraine cell at the moment, I have the flexibility to, one, be able to expand my responsibilities to that, and second, to go up myself. And I've been working here for 3 years. I've been able to prove myself in 1, 2, 3, 4 aspects for me to even ask, can I be involved? So the idea is to be patient. It is a growing system, but it could be very slow. But if you are patient and perseverant and you are working hard and proving yourself, working closely and networking with colleagues around you, there's always a chance for you to grow, engage yourself, and even ask to be involved in things that you can contribute to. So even looking at your previous experiences, always look at your education, your past work experiences, and how these can be part of what you can contribute to your job and your position. I've been working with post-crisis development before I came here, so when I came, it was the perfect fit. It was the ideal situation for me to continue communicating with my team, regardless of the changes that were happening around us. It gave me an opportunity to be part of the live experience of how an initiative starts from scratch. How do we start new projects? How do we work on resource mobilization? How do we work with donors? How do we communicate with people on the field? How to even communicate with UN partners on a larger scale when we are trying to work. These are things that I didn't expect were going to be part of my job when I first started, but I'm very happy that I was able to expand on and bring it into my experience. I will pass it back to Ala, but as always, we're here and available for any of you. If you ever have questions or would like to just have a chat, I'm more than happy to.
Thank you very much, Mason, for sharing that. I think if I was just to touch upon just one thing that she said, I think, you worked very hard to get where you are, and we were part of the interviewing process, so we know that you worked very hard to actually get here. You are competent, and now you're going out to be part of this Saudi representation abroad. And I know that you will hear this, and I'm sure my fellow JPOs already heard this. When we were there and people were saying oh, I've never worked with a young Saudi before. Oh, and you get to be the first people on that line, and you should be very proud of yourself, and you should carry yourself with pride as well. You are competent, and when you move there, you will see that, oh, this is, it's a place, it's a very diverse place. People there have worked hard to get there. And alhamdulillah, we had the privilege, alhamdulillah, Saudi has been working, a lot right now to get us, the Saudi youth, out there. So this is just, it makes me very proud and happy every time I remember that. So now I'm just going to pass over the floor to our colleague Maran, that will introduce herself, and then she will also speak a little bit about her experience at UNESCO.
Thank you. Thank you, Ala. Hello, everyone. My name is Maran Al-Gohani, and I work for the Teacher Task Force at the education sector. I'm happy to be here with you, and I'd like to share with you moments that defined my experience here at UNESCO. And the first one of them is my very, very first mission in 2019 to Beirut. I collaborated with our colleagues in the field to organize a consultation, and it was my first interaction with people on the ground receiving the end products of our work. Here at HQ, you will notice over the time that we focus a lot on our work. Most of our work is the theory part, the research part, and sometimes you would experience moments of frustration because you don't see the end impact of your work. And being in the field, interacting with the end beneficiaries of the work that me and my team has been doing for the last year was very incredible and important to me because I got to see the impact. The second moment that actually changed my experience completely is the first time I said no. The first time I said no to a task, it was very, very critical and hard to say, but it really changed my experience. I learned when to say no, and when to say yes, but, and when to say yes, absolutely. Because by the end of the day, it's not about the amount of work that you do, and you will end up doing something everywhere, but it's about the quality of the work you do, and it's about your job satisfaction with the work that you do. So being able to set professional boundaries to yourself and to say no is very, very important and has shifted completely my experience. My productivity, my engagement, not only in complexity, but also the depth of my engagement in my work and with my team has changed. And the third moment is actually realizing that I'm a part of a community of lifelong learners. And that has two aspects. The first one is, at the beginning, to be honest with you, when I arrived here, the amount of things that
you need to learn, the acronyms, the research. You would receive researches and papers and documents nonstop. And then you would feel overwhelmed. I need to learn everything. I need to know everything. And I had a moment of panicking and feeling, oh my God, there's so much to learn and I don't have time to catch up. But, you know, you will always learn and relearn and unlearn. So it's your journey here is completely lifelong learning experience, and you will continue to learn it throughout from the moment you enter to the moment you leave. Whether that was 1 year, 2 years, or 5 years, or 15 years, it's constant journey. And the second part of it is actually when I face something or I need something, there's no question that comes across your mind or a problem that you struggle with that nobody around you has ever experienced. So I always ask myself, who can help me? And I try to find the person that can actually facilitate my next step. And I think that's overall what I want to share with you. Sorry, I'm juggling between meetings, but I'm happy to be here with you. And I confirm what my colleagues have been saying. We're here to help you. I am on the 4th floor, right across the elevators. Come and find me, and I'll be happy to help you in any way I can. Thank you so much. Ala, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I think, yes, I'm sorry, I'm following up on everyone's intervention, but if I might just say one thing from what Madam said, I think when you move there, you always need to give yourself a bit of time just to integrate into the system, to understand the system. Each team functions differently. Each team wants you to write documents differently. And I think at one point you can be quite harsh with yourself, and you feel like, oh, I've been here for so long, and I should have picked up things faster. But no, it does take time, and the more lenient you are with yourself, I think the better you will absorb. Imposter syndrome is real, and when you move there, you're just gonna go like, oh, everyone here is amazing, so I don't know if I'm supposed to be here. But you only got here after all of those treks. So remember that you deserve to be there. But that doesn't mean you don't need to constantly develop, and it doesn't mean that you don't need to do the trainings, and there will be so many trainings to do that and so many things to learn. But you're there because you deserve to be there, and really enjoy it. But like we said, we are available, we are here, and add us on LinkedIn if you have any questions. We're happy to share our contact details, so then maybe we can share them with Ghadir or Ghaida, and then they will send them over to you. But we're here to support. We were in your shoes, we're still in your shoes, but 3 years ahead of you right now. But we're still there, and if you need anything, we're a lovely batch, if I may say very humbly, so we're here to help. I don't think we're going to have enough time for questions, so like I mentioned at the beginning, if there's any specific things you want to know, I think we'll be happy to have like a coffee chat session over one weekend, or just directly get in contact with us. So thank you. I really hope that we said things that will help you, and again, we're here. So I'll give back the floor to, I'm not sure who I'm giving it back to, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ala, and fellow JPOs for the informative session. I hope inshallah new JPOs will connect with you and will get more advices or coaching. We really appreciate this. If you can just maybe hold, if you want to take a photo as well. We will take just a photo for memory with the new JPOs, the whole batch.
Ghaida, Ghadir, it's muted from our end, so I don't know if anyone has taken the floor.
Just a second. Can you hear us now? Ala, can you hear me now? Hello? Team, can you hear us?
We do now.
Okay, so I was thanking you for this informative session. I believe it was really well received, and I hope that you continue the connection with the new JPOs by mentoring them and coaching them. We'll just take one photo for memory with existing and new JPOs, and then we will move to our beloved Rosella from the HRM office from UNESCO to give her speech. 1, 2, 3, say cheese. وين المصور؟ Great. Thank you. Thank you, Rosella, for joining the event. Now we have Rosella from the HRM office and the UNESCO. We are working with them day and night to make.
Hi guys, can you tell me what is going on right now?
Rosella, it's your time.
I think we've lost connection with
the people in Riyadh.
With the people in Riyadh. How are you, Rosella?
I'm fine. I'm jumping from one thing to the other, and I was pleased to see all of you guys there. But were you able to see the new group, or the new group we cannot see?
Yeah, we spoke. I don't know if they can hear us, but we're not hearing them. We just gave our experience statements while we were waiting, but we finished. I'm not sure what's happening.
Okay.
Rosella?
Let me tell them that I'm connected.
Test, Rosella, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Finally. Thank you, Rosella, for joining. I was just welcoming you to the event, and the floor is all yours. So Rosella is from the HRM office. I believe you are already know her. We work with them day and night to make this program happens, and they were so keen to meet with you and give this speech and the orientation. So the floor is yours, Rosella.
Yes, I'm trying. But do I see the new group at all, or no? Because I see my usual JPOs from Saudi Arabia. I don't see the new group.
You can see them. Let's direct the camera to them so you can see them maybe. And maybe I think you can access the link through the live streaming, the one on YouTube, where you can check them as well. But
yeah,
I
think
we see you very clearly, Rosella.
Yeah, I'm glad they can see me. It's just that I would have liked to see them, but it's okay. Never mind. It was to welcome all of them, and I'm very happy we can make it. Is also the lady Hanouf Mahdi Al-Yami is also in the group.
Hi, Rosella. Yes, we have. Let them introduce themselves. Can you see us now? Can you see?
I can see the two of you.
Okay.
I think.
Rosella, I think you will be able to see them in Paris. So just for the sake of time, you can start your speech. It's more of a hybrid event, and then you can hopefully see them in person.
Okay, well, alors let me start my speech, as you say, and I didn't want to make a PowerPoint because there will be a lot of PowerPoints once you get in UNESCO through the proper induction and orientation trainings, and then most of the trainings we offer at UNESCO is through Teams here, and the slides and everything. So I thought it was better just to have a short conversation. I've been in UNESCO for 28 years. I arrived in 1994. And basically, since the beginning, I've been responsible for recruiting and training in particularly the young talent, so the JPOs, but also the young professionals of UNESCO. But now I'm also the head for the staff training and career development. So that's a very important functions that we have at UNESCO, where we want to provide a career opportunity to our staff. But I would say even starting with our interns, because we provide access to our training programs also to the people who work for free at this stage for a few months. So this is a quite important thing, and it goes with these new platforms. We have one called Cornerstone. Now, the JPO is a very, very specific program because it started in the 60s with a resolution of ECOSOC in New York, and it was, made on a proposal of the Netherlands. And in the years, it has become a program shared with several countries, most of the countries in Europe. And eventually there were 2 countries from Asia, Japan and Korea. And it's in these last years that then we managed to have the JPOs from the Arab region. So we started with Qatar, and then now Saudi Arabia, which was among the last countries with whom we have signed the agreement, has become the most important donor of UNESCO. So you have to be very, very proud, because with the 6 JPOs that we have already on board and the 6 that are coming now, Saudi Arabia becomes the most important donor. So that it's something that I hope will have an outcome on both sides, I would say. So for us in the organization to have this cultural diversity, to have, anyway, the way people, you guys work and do, all of you have a fantastic CVs, and which is why you made it, why you were selected. At the same time, in certain cases, maybe there will be an opportunity for you to stay in UNESCO and continue your career, or to stay in one of the United Nations organization, because the JPO is a brand. So when you put in your CV that you are or you wear a JPO, this is already like a perfect business cards. People will understand that you have a good, experience, competencies and skills, sensible to cultural diversity, and it's important. But also, it's of course the very important aspect when you would bring back home. So maybe you will go back to your country, to different organizations, to the public, to the ministries, or to meet even to wherever, to apply all you will have learned staying with us in UNESCO. You will know that arriving in Paris, because all of you, at least for this first year, you are going to be in Paris. On the one hand, it's beautiful, it's an interesting city, but we can tell you that in this last year, we have gone through several difficulties. We had, I don't know if you heard of this Gilets jaunes, the people who were, protested and complaining. So, for instance, that we had strikes, the metros were not functioning. And I'm saying this because I would like you probably to reflect when you will look for an apartment here, for a flat, to stay maybe possibly closer to the organization. Maybe it will be more expensive, but if you manage to find an arrangement, walking distance, maybe it would be better. And without even mentioning the COVID and the fact that, nobody was taking the metro for quite some time, and it's definitely healthier maybe to go by bike or to walk rather than going through different to take public transportations. As far as I understand, you probably have all received, except from Anouf, you have all received your appointment letter. Can you confirm? Somebody can tell me, yes, it's true? Yes? All of you?
Confirm, yes.
Okay, fine. And you have also submitted your request for the visa. You have submitted the request for the visa to the French consulate. Have you done it or not yet?
Two have done it, and the remaining two?
Sorry?
But not yet. I haven't done it yet.
But voila. So maybe you better do it there. I don't know if Miss, you can coordinate with them and you know, and prepare the French consulate so that, you know, all the requests will be received together, and then the process will be moving quickly. I think last time what they tried to do was really to sensitize the French authorities and move quickly for the visa thing, because it may take several weeks. And on the other hand, we are all very eager to get you on board. Yeah?
Noted, Rosella.
Okay. And then, I don't know, I wanted to, we had Cecilia Barbieri. Is that you going to work through education? Talal? Tariq? No.
Yeah, that's present right here.
Yeah.
I was in the education sector, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to try to bring in Cecilia Barbieri, who is going to be, and she started as
I'm here.
Voilà. Cecilia started as a JPO herself, has changed several countries throughout the years. So Cecilia, would you like to share your experience?
Sure. Well, thank you, and hi to everyone, and very pleased to be invited briefly to this meeting. And I'm very pleased to see all the JPOs coming, and particularly the one coming to my section, who is Tarek. So we are very much looking forward to have you with us. And yes, as Rosella was mentioning, I started as a JPO many years back, 20 years ago. So which also tells you more or less about my age. But I started, and since then, actually, I had the opportunity to somehow. I think it was, there was an experience that I really wanted to do. That was also my sort of aspiration to work for the UN system at the time, and so it was. I think it's really, how can I say? It's really a privilege, right? Because it's an opportunity that it's not common, I would say. So you will have, the possibility to, to join an environment which, as Rosella mentioned, is multicultural, where you can work on very interesting issues, very current issues, right? So where you can, and also how we function as a system, how we accompany countries in their work, in their reforms, in achieving this global agenda. And I think for me, my experience, it has been a learning curve, and it is still actually is a learning experience, because wherever you are and whatever you do, you will always acquire something. So when I started, I started in Africa, in Zambia, where I spent 3 years, and after that I moved to different offices in different regions, so in Asia, in Africa, and Latin America. And I managed somehow to continue working for the organization and to grow professionally. Personally, of course, is always a growth when you go through this type of experiences, but professionally I grew, and right now I am the chief of this section on global citizenship and peace education. So somehow I can say that it was a very rewarding career, but rewarding because of the people that I met, the opportunities that I had, the things that I've learned, and also what you feel you can contribute to, because I think that's the best reward that you can have. So I also would like to congratulate you all, because you reached this stage, and I know that you had quite a big group of candidates. And I also wish you all the best, and I hope you will actually find really your you will find yourself in very interesting and inspirational environment, and I'm sure you will do that. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Cecilia. I must say that really something that makes me very proud is really to see how a lot of young people that started really made a very good career in UNESCO, and most of them are JPOs. Cecilia is one of them, but there are others who are now directors of the office, and we have one of them who is an ADG for the external relations. So it's really a pattern which is very successful, and I want you at least to see, even for a minute, Jennifer Blinker, who's also been very, very close with you for your selection. Jennifer, are you there somewhere?
Yes, I'm here, Michelle. I'm trying to, but I'm not actually. My screen is not connected properly. Let me just try.
Okay. But anyway, Jennifer is working as an extensive experience. Jennifer, you want to say a few words, or?
Okay. I'm here, but I'm not sure if you can see me properly. Okay, I'm here.
The audio is not very...
The light is not very good, but anyway, hello. And it's really nice to...
Hi, Jennifer. Can you hear us?
Yeah, because of the journey from the beginning of the interview, and now you've all received your letters. So it's really good, and we're looking forward to having you on board and to continue with you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Rutella. Okay.
Among your group, there is also Lamia. Lamia will work with us in the human resources with Margaret, and she will work in particular on career development. So I don't know if Lamia is the girl I see here, or well, this is Afnan. So
Afnan.
yeah, it's okay. In any case, the career development for UNESCO means, first of all, a mentorship program, which is particularly important for people, for the newcomers and for those who are, let's say, more junior. So we launched it last year, creating couples of colleagues, also from field offices, for them to be able to, exchange and learn from each other. So maybe we will wait for you to arrive here and to launch a new edition of a mentorship program. And then she will also work, and I'm saying this in particular because this, career development applies to all staff of UNESCO on a specific assessment we want to do. People who have a potential to, in fact, have a career as head of office, or for emergency operations, which are usually, quite important and implies specific skills and specific flexibility to get ready and participate in emergency operations. As you know, UNESCO is not a humanitarian. We are not working the humanitarian operation of the United Nations. We are more in the standard setting of international cooperation for education, natural sciences, and human science, culture, and communication. And yet we have also a role to play, for instance, in natural catastrophes or in post-war situation. And one of the JPOs with us now is working in Mosul, and it's an important project, not to be considered humanitarian, but following some let's say, catastrophes which were not really natural. I'm afraid that Christophe, from science, eventually he could not join us. But let me just verify if there are specific questions that maybe you want to ask at this stage.
The JPOs in person do not have any questions. The ones online? Okay. Thank you, Rosella, Jennifer, and Cecilia for this speech. We really appreciate your attendance and you giving us this speech, and we are excited for the JPOs to start the journey with you and hopefully to continue this collaboration on an annual basis. Thank you, team. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Thank you so much all for joining this event. طبعا حنا it has been a long day for us. We started with UNESCO orientation and welcoming them. وإن شاء الله we will end this day with another event welcoming the UN JPOs. يعني this event is just to say how proud we are of this batch, and inshallah to support you with some informative sessions with your fellow colleagues who are already alumni and handling very important positions in the country, to also highlight the importance of you representing Saudi Arabia, and inshallah maybe coming back in good positions with international relations, or even continuing your employment in the UN system. طبعا للأسف كان عندنا كم speaking opportunity بس في كم أحد اعتذر, ولكن the event will be more of an informal event today. You will get the chance to ask more questions and speak to the colleagues here and online. I wanted to introduce our MISC Skills Director Nasr Mtairi to give the welcoming speech.
السلام عليكم, مساء الخير. أول شيء حاب أقول مبروك لكم. Do we have a non-Arabic speaker so we can speak in Arabic? It's fine. طيب. You will have enough English when you go abroad, so let's have it in Arabic then. أول شيء مبروك لكم. فخورين فيكم, سعداء بوجودكم معنا اليوم. أنتم اليوم انضميتوا للبرنامج يعتبر من أهم برامج المؤسسة, وهو برنامج ال UN JPO. It was a long journey, والحمد لله يعني أثمرت كل التعب هذا أثمر بقبولكم في هالبرنامج. فمبروك لكم, وتستاهلون يعني صفقة لكم على كل الجهد اللي بذلتوه للوصول للمرحلة هذه. يمكن حنا هدفنا اليوم أولا فرصة لنا نشوفكم in person ونسمع منكم كيف كانت تجربتكم, كذلك برضو exchange contact information if possible. Keep this communication, التواصل بيننا خلوه دائما موجود, كيف نساعدكم في نجاح في تجربتكم, وكذلك كيف تخدمون برنامجكم, لأن هذا البرنامج لكم وحيستفيد بعدكم ناس كثر فيه حيكملون فيه. بالتالي لا تبخلون علينا ببعض الآراء وبعض المقترحات اللي من شأنها تحسن من البرنامج. للتأكيد على موضوع أنه الاختيار في البرنامج ما كان سهل. أنتم تم اختيار 6 أشخاص من 1200 متقدم, فنتكلم على أقل من 1% نسبة قبول في البرنامج. فيعني ندل على شيء يدل على قديش أنتم متميزين, وقديش أنه فعلا يعني إن شاء الله أنه راح تكونون أفضل من يمثل شباب المملكة في هالتجربة هذه. فنقطة أخيرة ودي أكد عليها, وأنا متأكد أن كل واحد منكم يحملها في ذهنه. أنتم تمثلون نفسكم, عائلاتكم, تمثلون كذلك الصورة الحقيقية للشعب السعودي, الصورة الحقيقية من خلال طريقة تفكيره, من خلال تعامله مع الأمور, تعاطيه بعض الأحداث, وكذلك من خلال الopenness والbridging, let's say build the bridges with other, let's say with people from around the world. Also working على cases that will be very beneficial حتى للأجندة حقت المملكة إن شاء الله مستقبلا, سواء على المستوى الدولي أو لاحقا إن شاء الله لما نشوفكم معنا. طبعا again يمكن هذا واحدة من الأشياء اللي احنا حريصين جدا نشوفها مع خلال التجربة معاكم إن شاء الله بإذن الله, هو استمرارية هذا العمل. إنكم اليوم تكونون موجودين في برنامج ال JPO, وإن شاء الله إنكم تنتهون في وظائف سواء في الUN أو غيرها من المنظمات العريقة. فمرة أخيرة مبروك لكم, سعداء فيكم. واحنا منظمين ايفنت بسيط جدا فيه في الخارج بعض الاكتيفيشنز, بعض الاشياء, التقاط الصور تذكاريه, يمكن في شويه سمول باند. It's all yours. يعني you deserve to celebrate your achievement. فمره اخيره مبروك, وان شاء الله القادم اجمل باذن الله.
Thank you ناصر, شكرا يعني, I echo what he said, انه احنا مره فخورين فيكم, مبسوطين, وان شاء الله هذا يكون تعبير لو بسيط عن فخرنا فيكم, وكيف احنا we want to make sure ان we represent Saudi Arabia يعني with the best way possible. We will move to the second agenda item. We want to deep dive into MISC, our activities and MISC skills, what we do, and then maybe give you more information about the traineeship program, which is part of the program that you are in now. I'll introduce my colleague Ghadir. She is working with us on this program. ففي مسك الفيجن حقتنا is to empower Saudi youth in all areas in leadership, empowering future leaders, empowering the third sector and the startups ecosystem. ففي مسك we have 4 different tracks. التراك الأول اللي هو مسك القادة where we focus على اليوث من عمر يعني ما هم صغار، نشوف فيهم leadership potential ونركز معاهم إلى مراحل متقدمة where نكون إحنا focused أكثر على السينيور leaders أو leadership زي برنامج مثلا 2030 leaders. بعدين we go to the MISC community engagement where we focus على ال third sector. وهنا نركز على الشباب انه to give back to the community من تطوع، من speaking up about whatever ideas they have in mind, debating skills وما الى ذلك. وبعدين in creating also القطاع يعني in creating also non-profit organizations that can benefit Saudi youth. The third track is the entrepreneurship track where we support the startup ecosystem من accelerator stage إلين ما هم يكونوا خلاص mature enough to grow their businesses. And then the final track is the MISC skills track where the focus on this discussion will be where we upskill Saudi youth with the skills necessary for them to be ready for the labor market. And when I say labor market here, we don't only speak about employment, we also work with the MISC ecosystem and strategic objectives in placing those youth in startup companies or even in the non-profit sector. So in MISC skills, we have 8 different projects, 3 different programs. The first program is the Career Discovery Program. We focus on this program on more of an awareness to the mass. Our target audience here احنا نبدا مع اليوث بعمر صغير من عمر الهاي سكول. فوي have 3 different projects. البروجكت الأول اللي هو job shadowing program where we have the students go to different companies, experience different careers and make decisions based on that. البروجكت الثاني اللي هو Discover Your Path which is more of a self-paced program in partnership with وزارة التعليم distributed around كل المدارس في السعودية. We target هنا not only the students, we also target the larger ecosystem, the parents and the educators as well. And then the final project is the Career Essentials program where it is also a self-paced soft skills program في different topics about problem solving, communication and so on. The second program we have is the career preparation. هنا احنا we focus على اليوث اللي هم already يعني عندهم تركيز أو focus وين هم يبغون يروحون for future. So we have upskilling courses, immersive courses about مثلا data science, UX design, عن مثلا الجيم arts, السكرين رايتنج, الMPOs وما إلى ذلك. يدخلونها الستودنتس لمدة 10 أسابيع 8 ساعات في اليوم في a lot of capstone projects that they work on. So لما يتخرجون احنا نقدر نوفر لهم الفرص. We have something called Startup School, more of a self-paced master class where we invite successful Saudi entrepreneurs to speak about their experiences in the entrepreneurship يعني market. الكارير لانش which is the final program where we يعني fit in. احنا الفوكس حقنا هنا اللي هم senior university students, fresh graduates او حتى ال early professionals. We focus على top tier organizations, we focus على ال startups and then we focus على non-profit organizations of course which is يعني ال JPO program is under this umbrella. If you can go to the next slide غيدة. So in MISC Skills, we have completed more than 2 million learning hours. We reached to around 500,000 applicants. We have partnership with more than 500 local and international organizations. والoutreach حقنا في السعودية across all the regions. If you can go next. Okay, and I'll leave it to my colleague Ghadir to give you a brief about traineeship program.
Thank you. Thank you, Johara. Before I start, I just want to say again, congratulations. To echo what our director Nasser mentioned, you were the 0.5% who actually got accepted. Look there. Okay, sorry. All good? Okay, great. So we're very excited to meet you in person finally. After months of preparation and for you to apply a long time ago, we're actually very happy to have you here in person. To recenter ourselves and to think about what is our mission at MISC Foundation, it really comes to the heart of discovering, developing, and also empowering Saudi youth. And the whole focus here is that we can begin preparing the infrastructure for tomorrow, for the future economy, for you to be equipped, for you to be prepared to handle what's coming next. Next. And to give you a brief or an overview on our traineeship program. So again, we act as a bridge. We connect and reach the top talented Saudi youth like yourselves. We reach the crème de la crème, basically, of Saudis, either living in the kingdom or even abroad. And we also connect them with the best of organizations. Again, whether it's a top-tier corporate organization, whether it's a non-profit or even top startups, we're just building the gap so we can provide some professional experiences for you to be upskilled and gain such an exposure. And just to show you some success in terms of numbers, we since 2018 we have actually impacted around 4,000 beneficiaries in different programs across 400 companies. Again, we really focus on diversity, so we have had programs across 19 different industries. Again, the whole focus here is that we are aligning with Saudi's key prioritized industries as well, so we're trying to get that diversity, and across 60 countries. Of course, we can't do this without our partners, so MISC is very much powered by an army of partners when it comes to organizations. And so we have more than 400 partners, again, some of which, as you know, the United Nations, UNESCO, and also top partners like BCG, for example, or L'Oreal. So something that's really positive for us is that whenever we deal with a partner, it's a long-lasting relationship, and so more than 85% of our partners actually re-collaborate with us year on year. And for today, our direction is also to continue growing our international non-profit organization network. So again, in the future, if you are well connected with another non-profit organization, please feel free to connect us as MISC, because this is where we're growing and we're reaching more and more. But inshallah, we want to send more Saudis to experience the work and the impact that is being created on an international level. To talk about the JPO program, basically. So since 2018, we have started this UN JPO program in collaboration with UNESCO as well, and we have sponsored around 28 JPOs to represent KSA in the UN system. So in terms of sample countries, we've sent Saudis to the US, to Switzerland, France, Egypt, Jordan, and even Kenya. And I know, Manar, you're going to Uganda soon as well, so this will be added in our sample countries. So it's very exciting. There will be a lot of diversity and for you to all learn from each other. In terms of sample projects as well, so as you can see here, we try to diversify and focus on, what are the topics that are interesting for Saudi Arabia? What is a priority for us to gain exposure on? So from education to culture to, peace operation and so on. And one of the exciting roles, I think, is drug demand reduction as well. I think Manar as well, you'll be doing that, yes. So we try to always have a diversity when it comes to the placement posts. Before we continue today, I want you to watch, Roseanne is actually here with us today, but I want you to watch this short video that captures Roseanne's testimony from her experience when she was a JPO in the program. Thank you.
في 2012 فترة دراسة الماجستير سافرت على نيويورك على أساس أشوف فرصة إني أكون جزء من برنامج التدريبي لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة.
وقتها ما كان عندي انفورميشن كثير على موضوع المنظمة. بسبب المعلومات المتوفرة وبسبب ظروفي في هذاك الوقت ما تمكنت إني أكون جزء من البرنامج التدريبي في هذيك اللحظة. وطلعت في المبنى وقلت لنفسي إنه لا تزعلي one day وبس ومشيت. من أكثر الأشياء اللي أنا مؤمنة فيها في حياتي إنه النجاح يبدأ بحلم، وأنا دائما حلمي إني أخدم الناس. اتخرجت أنا في 2014 من الماجستير. من 2014 لغاية 2018 خلال ال4 سنين دي أنا حاولت كثير إني ألتحق بالسلك الدبلوماسي. في يوم من الأيام خلال عملي في أحد الجهات الحكومية في الرياض جاني مسج قالت لي هذا البرنامج حق JPO Program حق الأمم المتحدة أبلاي قدمي عليها. وقدمت وأنا مكمل حياتي، يعني مكملة في شغلي والحمد لله شغلي ماشي تمام وفي نفس المجال، في نفس مجال العلاقات الدولية. وفي يوم من الأيام وأنا لي دوبي بادئة في عملي الجديد جاتني الرسالة إنه مبروك تم قبولك في منظمة الأمم المتحدة كأحد الموظفين كخبير مشارك. وقتها افتكرت شكلي وأنا واقفة في 2012 وبقول one day يوما ما. لما مس كلمتني كنت بشوف أشياء اللي موجودة عندي في البيت، فلقيت هذا الكتاب كان أيام الثانوي، كان في 1427. طموحي مساعدة الناس وكسب محبتهم وأصبح سفيرة سعودية. برنامج مسك لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة حق JPO برنامج جدا مهم، وأنصح أي أحد حابب يكون جزء من هذا البرنامج يثقف نفسه قد ما يقدر بالمنظومة. حتشوف ناس من مختلف أنحاء العالم، حتشوف ناس من ثقافات مختلفة. ثقف نفسك قد ما تقدر كيف تكون سفير لبلدك في المكان اللي أنت فيه، كيف تقدر تسيب أثر كويس وأنت ماشي. يفتكروا يقولوا كان عندنا واحد سعودي رائع بيشتغل معانا. أنا مؤمنة إنه النجاح دائما يبدأ بحلم، فلا يمكن خلينا نحلم. وطول ما في جهات زي مسك بتساعدنا إنه إحنا نوصل لحلمنا لازم نستغله عشان أحلامنا دي تصير حقيقة. فناخذ الفرص ونغتنمها قد ما نقدر عشان يوم من الأيام طموحنا دي كلها هتتحقق وأحلامنا كلها هتتحقق، بس نستمر نحلم ونشتغل على نفسنا عشان نوصل.
مرة كان مؤثر واحنا نختار الفيديوز، وبالتوفيق يا رب لك يا روزان وللجميع. الحين we would like to introduce the new JPOs. We give them the chance to speak about themselves. فممكن نبدأ. بشاير can you please come here. دقيقة بس كل واحدة لحالها ممكن. yes. كذا you have 3 minutes to give us a brief about yourself, education experience, what position are you going for, fun fact about you.
السلام عليكم. أنا ما أحب المايكس بس I will try. إذا صوت شوي عالي أو واطي please قولوا لي. So اسمي بشاير بفرط. One of the JPOs proudly. I'm located my appointment is in New York, United Nations. Slides? ما في slides? Okay, it's okay. So I will start from my educational background. It's always easier this way. So I got my master's degree in entrepreneurship and innovation in 2020. My bachelor degree was in 2014 in finance. My work experience, I started working 2016 after coming from from US. I spent nice 2 years there in California to take my English courses and business courses and all of that. So when I came back in 2016, I started working at a company called DAM. at that time it was very small company. Technically what they do, it's a recruitment agency. So I work as an operations supervisor, so everything, a little bit of everything. And then I spent nice 2 years there, and then it happens that this small company, Daim, was a sister company to, at that time was called Al-Atimat, now it's called VFS Global. So they needed an HR manager for both KSA and Bahrain, and I was there. They know me, I'm in the building. So there was Bashair, we need you to manage the HR, and I was very happy to take the opportunity to be an HR manager for KSA and Bahrain and around 700 employees. So you can imagine, so you can imagine, now it's funny and I'm happy and all of that, but at that time, you can imagine how hard it was, let me put it this way. I had to learn a lot of things, and it was, I will not be lying if I said 24/7, I worked 24/7. And also at that time, I was doing my master's degree, so that's that. But you know, I'm very grateful of that opportunity it led me to here. And in 2020, before the pandemic, the integration, I did my part of VFS and what they actually needed me to do. And so I asked them to transfer me to a business development department. And in VFS, business development, they gave you a nice prestigious name, city manager, and they give you one region and you take care of it. So at that time, they asked me to take care of Riyadh region. So I moved to Riyadh at that time. If you cannot guess already, I'm originally from Jeddah. I managed the Riyadh region operation and business development part of it. So again, it's a big company. It's a lot of employees, a lot of locations, 5 fixed locations, 11 mobile locations. Operation, daily operation is different, and we serve clients, government clients. So that's that. So pandemic hits, we went through that, and again, I did my part. And then after all that heavy work that I did in my previous company, I looked at myself and realized that I need to change my career path technically. And at that time, I wanted to work in NGOs or nonprofit organizations, so I started looking, and here I am. So, fun fact. Fun fact, I wish you had the presentation. I have a nice picture of my 2 small dogs. One of them called Jack and the other one called Joey. So that's fun fact about me, that I'm owner of 2 small dogs. And also, that's it. Success. Thank you. شكرا.
بالتوفيق لك. الحين أماني will be welcoming guests من ال Saudi mission.
Well, thank you very much. We will give the floor now to the Saudi mission to the United Nations. Nof is based in New York. So for those of you who are going to New York, I do recommend that you go and visit the mission. And is Nof connected already? Yes? Okay, Nof, over to you.
Thank you, Amani. Dear colleagues, distinguished young professionals, it's with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this orientation event. And I'm very glad to see such event is held for our new JPOs who passed the selection process. This event is actually a space for meaningful and interactive conversations that will be shaped into a practical insights that would pave the way for those who will be joining the United Nations. As we all know that the main objective of the Junior Professional Program is to provide us as provide you as young professionals with the opportunity to gain hands-on experience in the field of multilateral international cooperation and enable you to obtain the necessary work experience in the international sphere and offers opportunities for international career. The Permanent Commission of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will support all of you every step of the way. Always feel free to ask questions when you have them and let us know how we can help you move forward. Finally, I wish all of you a successful journey, and I'm sure that each of you will bring a valuable and diversified contribution to the UN. And I add my best wishes for a successful and fruitful event, and many thanks to all organizers. Thanks.
Thank you very
Over
much.
to you.
Thank you very much, Nof. Nof has been a great focal point from the mission side and been super supportive. So thank you very much for joining us. And to those of you JPOs, the mission is a key partner to engage with. It's so important to build your connection with them, to meet and really understand as well what is Saudi Arabia doing within the United Nations entities, and understand min al-mission really, it's your resource for any information, for any documents, for any contact. Always reach out to the mission first. So whether you're based in New York or in Nairobi, always communicate with the mission, with what you need. And obviously we're here as MISC there to support you as well. Thank you very much نوف، يعطيكي ألف عافية، ما قصرتي، وبالتوفيق للجميع إن شاء الله.
Thank you أماني. وشكرا لك نوف، ما قصرتي. So we'll be back to introducing the JPOs. Ghadir will be setting a timer, 2 minutes, 3 minutes for each before we go with the UN DESA office. Can you go off slides? Okay. Baida. Okay, so Baida, give us an intro about yourself, fun fact about you, and the JPO position.
Okay, sure. So my name is Baida Ibrahim. I graduated from King Saud University holding a bachelor degree in finance. I started my career with McKinsey & Company as an analyst, where I worked on a variety of projects under different sectors. Mainly under the economic development sector, I would say, given the big changes here in Saudi. Okay. So after that, so I started to develop an interest in economic development. So it helped me to do my next move, which is to the Saudi Central Bank, where I received a Saudi economist scholarship to pursue my master's degree in applied economics in George Washington University. After that, during actually my master's degree, I enrolled in a number of elective courses in sustainable development, where I got introduced to the topic for the first time. And I got intrigued to know more about it. So that's why it was a no-brainer for me to apply immediately to the sustainable development role as a JPO. And thankfully, I'll be joining them hopefully by end of June. That's it, I would say. On a personal level, my name is Baida, which is a poetic form of desert in Arabic. That's why you'll always find me doing outdoor activities, whether it's hiking, running, or just enjoying the nature. Did I miss my... Okay, so I said that I'm going to join the sustainable development as a JPO, and that's it, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Baida. Moving to Khalid.
Hello everyone, my name is Khalid Al-Hamedi. I'm from Taif, West. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I graduated from Taif University back in 2014. I got my bachelor in English language. After that, I worked at Arabic Aluminum Company in Jeddah. I worked there for 2 years. Well, actually, I worked back and forth from 2014 till 2018. But between that, I moved to the United States, got scholarship from Bemidji State University to do my master's degree. I did my master's degree in English language and literature. Success story, it's very important to stop here and go back to the success story. When I graduated from Taif University back in 2014, I wanted to do my master's degree there, and I got rejected because I couldn't meet their requirement. But then I moved to the United States, got a scholarship, got my master's degree, and went back in 2020. And guess what? Taif University contacted me, but this time not as a student, but to be a teacher. So I worked there as a teacher for a semester. Then I moved this year, beginning of 2020, to Prince Sultan College for Science and Technology in Tehran. So yeah, that was my experience. I will be working at the Human Resources Department at the UN. So I worked as a Human Resources Officer for 4 years at the Arabic Aluminum Company. So now I'm an English instructor. I feel like it's time for me to go back and work at the Human Resources again. So that's why I'm gonna do this at the United Nations. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Good luck خالد بالتوفيق. نورة الزايد.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I want to thank MISC and the organizers of this event. I'm sure all of us JPOs really appreciate it and appreciate your work. So my name is Noor Al-Zaid. I was born and raised in Jeddah, and I graduated from Brown University with a double concentration in international relations and Middle East studies. And since my graduation, I've been working in consulting and research. A lot of that in the beginning was with a local consulting firm called BMO, and we worked on projects related to women's empowerment. In 2020, I also worked with the World Bank on a project on the state of women's entrepreneurship in Saudi, and it was to inform the G20 agenda. And that project also gave me some insights into the business environment in Saudi and some of the opportunities as well as challenges in the environment. And one topic that I was particularly interested in was intellectual property, because I thought it was a crucial topic for Saudi's push towards an innovation-driven economy. And so I began researching the topic during my free time, and I was particularly drawn to China's experience and how it navigated its IP policy at different stages of its economic development. And so after that, I reached out to the King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies and began working with them on the study to see what Saudi could learn from China's experience. And yeah, it was finally published in December of 2021. And right now, I'm actually working on a different study. It's on university technology transfer offices in Saudi. I really hope that this next experience with the JPO program, and especially working to support the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on human rights and toxic waste, would really give me a better understanding of multilateral cooperation and international treaties, and specifically for me personally, how Saudi could leverage these institutions to further its development goals. And yeah, did I pass time or? One more minute, okay. So a fun fact about me is maybe that I love horseback riding. I've been doing it for many years, and if I could pick an alternative career, or if I had the time and the energy to do it, then I'd maybe want to be a professional show jumping rider. And yeah, maybe this is, thank you so much.
Thank you, Nora. Finally, Manar Saleh.
Oh well, I'm the last one, so inshallah ختامها مسك. Okay, so for starters, I just want to thank each one of you for listening and giving us this opportunity to talk about ourselves. So I'm Manar Saleh. I graduated from Princess Noor University. I hold a master's degree in management from Prince Mohammed bin Salman College in Cake. And I kicked off my career in MOFA. I took my co-op experience there. And then I discovered the passion that I really like programs, because there was an aspect of like doing and managing there. So everyone kept telling me that if you like that aspect, then human resources is the best thing for you. So I went and I started working at a French international company called Alstom. So I started working there for a brief, but then I soon discovered that looking at a spreadsheet was not meant for me. So I applied for UNDP, United Nations Development Program, to be a program assistant. So after I started working at UNDP for 2 years, it's almost 3 years now. So I learned a lot that I discovered my passion that I really like programming, hence why I'm going to NTPA office to be a program officer there. Yeah, for fun fact, I'm vegan for 5 years. So thank you.
Well, we're very happy and very excited to have all of you with us today. And again, for those of you who have already engaged with the UN, you know you're going to have a great experience. For those of you who are very new to the UN, you will start speaking in acronyms, like we said. And I want to introduce you to your best friends in the JPO programs within the UN system. So our great friend Matteo, Patricia, and Milan, I think they're all already connected online. Hopefully they can show up. But again, the DESA office is your other best friend that you definitely need to connect with and connect with often. Ask your questions. A lot of the information we as previous JPOs can provide you. The JPO office or DESA have the newest information, so they're really your main source of most updated policies, informations. The UN system is always changing. There's always updates, so they're the ones who can help you. Are they already connected online? Okay, did not expect to see myself on that screen, but okay.
I think we are. I don't know if you can see us.
Hi, Matteo. It's been too long. Hi, Patricia.
Hello there. Hello, everybody. Here.
Hi, everyone.
It's good to see you. It's good to see you. It's good to see you all. Actually, I was listening with a lot of interest about each and every future JPO story and fun facts. It was really interesting for us to hear, and it's good to see them in person. Not all the time we had the chance to see our JPO candidates before they come to New York or they are well deployed. So it's good to see them even before actually they start their appointment, their assignment to their own respectful office. So I thank you very much also for the introduction, and I'm here with my other colleagues that will introduce themselves first before I say a couple of extra words. But please, Patricia and Dennis, if you can introduce yourself and also describe what you do for the program.
My goodness. I'm Patricia Layan. I'm the senior HR partner in the program. So besides taking care of JPOs of some countries, I try to oversee what's going on with everyone. And as of today, there are 302 JPOs on board and all over the world.
Yeah, then I take over. My name is Dennis Urek. I'm a JPO myself, working in the JPO program management team. So I have a funny double role, which is a great experience for me to get even more insights into the JPO program. I collaborate closely with Matteo and Patricia, making sure that we keep the program running. For me, especially the pre-recruitment parts when it comes to coordinating with all the different donors who support our program, but also coordinating with the officers who receive the JPOs. And of course, I'm also in very close contact with the JPOs themselves, making sure that if they have any questions about the program or about their career development within the United Nations, I have an open ear for them, and I'm always happy to engage with them. So now over to you, Matteo.
Thank you, Patricia and Dennis. And yes, as we were mentioning before, so the JPO program is a very interesting program, and once again, I would like to congratulate with all of you for being selected for and being part of it. It's a very competitive program, and I'm sure you will enjoy this assignments with us. Oh, here also Milan. Says Milan. Before I'm going ahead, let me just have Milan introducing himself before I go ahead. Please, Milan. The floor is yours. Thank you, Matteo. This is Milan. My name is Milan, and I am actually assigned as the administrator for all of the Saudi GPOs. So in the future, if you need any assistance, you can always contact me first. If I'm not in the office, of course, anybody else from the team, but I am the focal point for Saudi GPOs, so you always come to me first. Yeah. Thank you so much, Milan. Thank you so much. So as I was mentioned before, so the program has been a very, what I consider a very interesting program. It's been ongoing for many, many years. And even if Saudi Arabia joined relatively recently in the program, we have had this program since the 1960s. So imagine, since the 60s, our program has been exposing young professionals in all different areas of expertise in the organization. And truly what the key of this program is to offer the possibility to all participants, the possibility to experience the UN, experience what we do, and what I heard before somebody mentioned the multilateral system, and it's actually what we do. It's such a unique program in the sense that not many other programs out there offer the same thing, offer the possibility to be, first of all, in a different jurisdiction, interacting with very many different UN employees, and receiving serious responsibility and responsibility on what a normal staff member would receive. And this is something that we cherish, something that all participants in our program have appreciated. As I said, it gives the opportunity to experience the UN, but at the same time, the possibility also to develop new skills. And you will see by working side by side with other peers, other staff members, other colleagues, supervisors, you will be really exposed to anything, whatever we do, any other staff member is doing in the organization. And I think it's a great opportunity also for you to, first of all, to see whether you like this kind of world, the international multilateral system, and that's actually something that you can consider later on in your future career. We offer really the opportunity to see, to give you a little taste of what it means to be a staff member, to see if this works for you. And at the same time, even if it doesn't work for you and for whatever reason, we really have as a goal to leave you with something, which are new skills. New skills, whether it's really about new knowledge, I really hope, I like to say also about a new vision of the world, a new idea of what means to work in international settings. So I really hope that is actually something that whatever is going to happen to you after the program, this is something that you will take from the program with you. At the same time, we are, as all my other colleagues described, we are here with you to walk you through the whole process, which is not that easy. We know also for everybody, navigating the UN system is not the simplest thing and for anybody, sometimes even for ourselves too, even after being so many years in the organization. And I'm sure that some of our previous JPOs, I see Ala, I see Aline connected, they can tell you that it's not always easy. It's not always easy to figure out what is the right thing to do and how to do. Because like all big organizations, like all big bureaucracies, the UN has its own rules, and sometimes it's really tough to figure out what's the right thing to do. But this is why we are here. And as I mentioned before, we are going to walk you through the whole tenure with us. And we are here to support you throughout the service with the United Nations and offering you basically everything in terms of supporting the administration, but as Dennis also was mentioning to you, also career advice and whatever it's needed during this time with us. Very important thing, we're going to provide you with many exchanges, information, and you will receive so many emails from us constantly. And please, the most important thing, like I used to tell Lean and Ala before you, you have to read what we send you. Please make sure you check all the communication that we have with you. Every piece of information is extremely important. It might help you to save time for the future. So, as I said, please count on us on anything. You will see, particularly now that you are starting the process, you probably are going to receive so many different links and forms, and please take a look carefully at all of them, and any kind of questions you might have, please don't hesitate to reach out to us, to any of us. We are a small team, but we like to think that we are kind of efficient. I don't know if sometimes I'm actually exaggerating, but I love to think that we are efficient. So yeah, welcome again to the program, and we are here. As I said, we are here for you.
I'm going to add to that when Matteo talks about all the different communications that we send. I usually leave this piece of advice for our question and answer sessions, but I'll start today. Make yourself a little folder where you can save all our communications. I know you received already a ton of stuff, and I hope you enjoyed the videos. Almost everybody received that. With a lot of information. So it's good to have a place where you can go back to and pick up that information so that it makes it easier to ask questions, to ask us the questions that are more directed and more focused. And the other thing, I'm going to take something from this session and I'm going to add a fun fact requirement when I have the JPOs introduce themselves during our question and answer sessions. We have that, within a week or so, week and a half from arrival, and we don't just have JPOs from one duty station or one country, but it's going to be with others that are starting during the same period, which may be nice for you guys and gals to do so that you can meet others that are not around where you are. You can share experiences with JPOs that are fresh like you, but elsewhere. So, and Dennis is in charge of the buddy system. Very important.
I think that's it from us. If you have any question that you want to ask at this point, we are here to answer or anything.
Thank you so much. It was a really informative session. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, thank you so much. That was really an informative session, and just want to open the floor to the JPOs if you have any questions. Or maybe we can conclude the session. So thank you, team. I think they will be meeting you with a week or so, and you are already exchanging communication together. So we really appreciate your efforts, and we really hope that, inshallah, they will perform above and exceed your expectations. Thank you again, and we look forward, inshallah, for future collaborations.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, and thank you for having us here today. And we are looking forward to meet in person all the JPOs.
Hello, Matteo and team. Very nice to see you. It's Ghadir. Maybe I'm not a JPO, but I do have a question, and I would like to hear from you.
Sure.
Testing. Okay. But as the JPOs, start their journey, and as you, from your experience, you work through so many different JPOs, what is your advice on the attitude or the mindset that they should come into in terms of making the best out of the experience or the exposure or the network? So I'd love to hear maybe from everyone maybe on this call, just to give some advice for them to be better prepared in terms of that mindset, attitude, and just character, if I may ask.
I can definitely answer this question. Although I would love to hear what Ala and Lean had to say.
Omar. There's also
Omar too.
They will share.
Yes, those are the best placed people to say that. I mean, I'm very happy to share my I see also Judy is there. Yes, and then, yes, I'm very happy. I would definitely love to hear also what the others had to say on this. But personally, my very first piece of advice before coming here is truly about learning how to manage the expectations that you have when you start a job in the UN. And I think this is really something that, and I really would like to hear from the former JPOs, because I think this is really very important. As I said, I really believe, I mean, I've been doing this job for many years, and this is what, and I'm doing this because I believe how very important and worthy is the JPO program as an experience for all the young professionals. However, many of the young professionals, they come to the UN with really different expectations, and the different expectations sometimes are really due to the fact that many young professionals don't realize that the UN is a very, let's say, complex bureaucracy as well. There are different levels of responsibilities. There are different interactions with supervisors and peers, and this sometimes is very challenging for newcomers to understand. There is what we call a culture of the organization, which is about how things work within the organization, the relations between the work relations between the peers and the supervisors, and the fact that the UN was established many years ago, and as all kind of old organizations, and that's why I use the word bureaucracies, has really established rules, and sometimes it's very hard for newcomers to get easily adapted to what is there. So my first piece of advice would be give yourself some time, and this is also why we're here, right? As I said before, give yourself some time to learn a little bit as soon as you get here, learn a little bit more about the culture of the organization, how to interact more effectively with your own colleagues, with your supervisors. Sometimes this is what takes longer, because you guys are coming with some expertise, you have worked before, you have some knowledge, but when you join a new workplace, there are always new things, even not specifically about the knowledge that you had to acquire, but specifically about the culture of the organization, as I mentioned, how things are working in the organization in terms of interactions. So I think you should also dedicate, as soon as you arrive here, enough time to understand and to fully understand how also these things work. I don't know if it makes sense, but basically it's not only about learning how to perform your tasks, but also how to get adjusted to the environment of the UN. And as I said, work relations with the colleagues, but working in an international environment sometimes creates also challenges that you might or you might not have experienced before. So as I said, my very first piece of advice also to allocate enough time to understand how the culture of the organization works. I don't know if any of my other colleagues have anything else to say in terms of suggestions for newcomers.
No, then that is absolutely something that makes sense, and also maybe some flexibility and being able to adjust to different colleagues, different situations, you know.
If I may also add, I absolutely agree with what Matteo said, what Patrizia also said, and many of you will have great expectations, but the best thing to do is maybe just sort of leave that at the door and try to come in with an open mind, using your skills, your expertise, your experience, and just following our administrative advice, our guidelines, trying to accept what we instruct you to do without really thinking too much why or how or what. UN is a very, very large organization with a well-established administrative procedures that are bureaucratic, but that is just the nature of any large nonprofit organization. And sometimes when we instruct you to do things a certain way, it's just to be able to actually do things as quickly as possible, as efficiently as possible. And just read everything that we send to you via email or any instructions that we give you. Please read through everything and then try to do that. And of course, if you have any additional questions or you need additional clarifications, feel free to ask. We'll always be there for you. And just a lot of patience, especially at the beginning.
Yeah, and maybe to add from a JPO perspective, from my side, what Milan just said, just ask, applies, of course, to us as the JPO program management team. We can help in a lot of cases, but to make the most of your JPO experience, from my impression is talk to a lot of people, ask a lot of questions, don't shy away of approaching people that you also might not know. I think generally people are very welcoming, they're very helpful, and when it comes to getting to know this whole system and the complexity of it, the best way is to talk to the people who've been in that system for a while, and that's how you get an idea of how do I navigate in this system. Is it something that I want to do for a longer time? And in any case, it gives you a great learning experience, so don't shy away from that.
I would just recommend anything that comes from the DESA office, so any document from Matteo or Patrizia or Milan, just make sure you put it in a folder because you'll keep going back to it almost every day for at least 6 months of your experience. So just letting you know that does happen. But before we kind of conclude, and we really appreciate your participation with us today, any questions from our future JPOs or our ongoing JPOs? Any question to the DESA office, or you're just looking forward to see these wonderful documents and read very thoroughly through them before you ask any questions? Okay. For now, I think, you know, the biggest question you'll get, Matteo and Patrizia and Milan, is the fact that, you know, rental subsidies and when are we going to get our money? So that's probably the first question you'll get asked kind of the first week. But thank you so much for the DESA team. I'm sure if you have any communication, any questions, they're very supportive and they're very happy to really help problem solve, and I'm sure they will be for you as much as they've been for us. So thank you very much, everyone, and we look forward to have our JPOs join you soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Have a great
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Great meeting you.
Good luck. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you soon.
Bye.
So you've heard an experience from one international JPO, and you've heard a little bit from what I, myself, and Roseanne had to say. But we want to also give you a bit of perspective from other JPOs who also went with us, but in different offices within New York. So I'm very happy to present my fellow colleagues. I believe they're already connected online, so if we can just show them. So we have Jude, Umar, Ala, Lynn, and as well we have in the room Roseanne, who are all part of the JPO alumni and part of the, we all went together, but we had very different experiences working in different offices within the UN system. So every, and I think this same to you, every experience within the UN is very, very unique, and every experience is very valuable. So really leverage the network of, I would say, mentors that you already have, and the networks that you've created, whether Saudi or non-Saudi, but particularly your fellow MISC JPOs. Really ask questions, engage, not just in this session, but moving forward. And we're here to support you. And so there's no such thing as stupid questions, because all questions are valid. And I would say from my experience, a lot of the stupid questions that I had were actually ended up to be really important questions that I just thought they were stupid. So without further ado, I hand it over to Jude to introduce yourself as well as our colleagues. Thank you, Jude.
Thanks, Amani, and hi to everyone. The least I can say is that we're thrilled to be here with you to share our experiences from the past 3 years. We've really split our presentation today essentially to the lessons we've gained, the blessings we've experienced, and the main challenges. Now, through our discussions here, I can tell you that what we've all concurred, it's almost impossible to summarize how rich the past 3 years are. But we're going to aim our best today to share with you our key takeaways. Each one of us here truly has had a very rich, unique experience in different aspects. So as Amani said, do reach out. We've been there, and there is much more to be said than what we'll see today. Now, we'll be starting off with lessons. I'll be introducing myself and then my key takeaway, and then I'll pass it on to colleagues to also introduce themselves and their key lessons. Starting off, my name is Jude Boston al-Harfi. I come from a legal background where I worked mostly as a lawyer in the UK. I moved from a law firm in London to then this experience and opportunity to be based in DPPA, the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, where I worked in the Peacebuilding Fund, then moved to the Policy and Mediation. I've recently graduated from the JPO program and now joined the Secretary General's office in the Rule of Law unit. Now, my main lesson to share with you today is that emotional intelligence can take you so far in the UN. And I mean, do not underestimate your soft skills and the transferable skills that you can bring with you from your previous job experiences. You might not have the substantial knowledge and the substance knowledge that your colleagues have. But in the UN, how you present yourself, how you present your work, that is huge. And the basic skills, just being excellent at the most basic of skills and really showing that can take you so far. Now, also looking in the fact that go beyond your TOR, the terms of reference, your job description. You're not there just for a 9-to-5 position. This is a strategic opportunity to represent your country, to represent yourself, to be in an international environment. This is a long-term strategy. And once you go into this with that kind of setting in your mind, you can really capitalize on this experience. And so view it that way. As well, if there are important causes to you, the UN is a place with so many causes, from gender empowerment to environment. And so even if your terms of reference or job description doesn't essentially create that space for you, use your emotional intelligence, use your basic and transferable skills to bring that value with you, treat this beyond a 9-to-5 job, and see what space you can create yourself within the system to show initiative and take on a project or an idea. No office that sees someone encouraging, sees someone motivated for a certain idea that can and is capable of moving that forward will say no to you. So really capitalize on this. I'll be handing it over now to Ala
Thank you, Jude. Thank you first for organizing and moderating this session, and thank you to MESC for organizing this event. My name is Ala. I worked as an Associate Information Officer at the Office of the Undersecretary General in the Department of Global Communications. My goal from the JPO program was to learn and gain experience and to grow professionally and personally, and then to play a role in my country's effort to achieve SDGs with my acquired skills in evaluation and data analysis. Going back to your questions regarding lessons learned from this great experience and journey, I think a lesson or advice that I would share with the new JPOs is that being always updated and aware about initiatives and programs happening in Saudi Arabia, which are supporting the UN mandate and achieving the SDGs. An example of that is it was important for me following the Saudi Green Initiative when climate action was one of the communication priorities in the department. I'm sure my colleagues or my fellow JPOs have other examples in working with the mission or working with entities in Saudi Arabia where they're connecting their work at the UN with the mission and the entities in Saudi Arabia. So this is one of the great lessons that I learned, and thank you, and over to you, Jude.
Thank you, Amani, for that valuable lesson. I'll be moving it on to Roseanne, who I believe is fortunately with you in the room.
It's lovely to see you tonight, guys. So I think I already introduced myself to everyone here. Basically, I joined the JPO program back in 2018. I spent almost 2 years. And then I came back to Riyadh working in the same sector, IR. And I'm very happy today to be here with you all. And if I'm gonna share a lesson with you, Jude, a few days ago, we were talking about what will be the thing that you wish someone told you about the JPO. So the thing was, I wish if someone told me the importance of the JPO program, how great it is, the opportunity that it's gonna, or the doors that it's gonna open to me. So the JPO is a great program. Always remember that most of the heads of the UN started as a JPO. What you're doing is great for yourself, for this country, and for the future. So good luck and enjoy it.
Thank you so much, Roseanne. Very well said. And now to Omar and his plenty of field experience.
Thanks, Jude. Just as a brief introduction, my name is Omar Kurdi. I worked for 3 years at the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs in New York. Maybe something to add to Roseanne on lessons and things I wish I knew beforehand is how to best utilize the training and development budget that is available to all JPOs per year, and that is also able to roll over to your second year if you have it, and the importance of using that to develop your own skills and to set you up for the next step, whether that is in the kingdom, internationally, or with the UN. So a lesson is just how important that is. An example is that I used my training budget myself to go on an extended mission abroad in UN field offices. So I was able to take an assignment and extend it longer with the funding available through the training budget to get more field experience that has helped position me better in the organization and in my future. Thanks, Jude.
Thank you, Omar. And then last but really never the least, Lean, please.
Thank you so much, Jude. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you to MISC for having us tonight. So first off, I'm Lean. Badib, I worked 2 years with the Office of the Victims Rights Advocate, focusing on victims of sexual exploitation and abuse committed by UN personnel in the field. And then I did 1 year working with the UN Office of Counter-Terrorism, also focusing on victims. My experience was extremely rich, but I want to focus my lessons on the experience that I gained on mission. So I did a field mission to Jordan. I won't go into depth, but I want to give you 2 lessons on that. You're going to be seeing things and experiencing things. Stick to your principles and remember what the UN is there for and what your role is as an international civil servant. You are there to do no harm, and you are there to better the situation and lives of others. So sometimes you will have to fight some battles and stick to your principles in reporting facts and making people's lives better. Lesson number 2 is sometimes on missions, as much as you will plan, logistics will be coordinated, everything will be in order, but I will never forget the words of a wise colleague who joined me. She said, Lean, your plan is this is the mission. So be ready to be patient, flexible, and sometimes that you're going to go off the cuff. You will have to adapt and just respond to the context. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a wonderful experience.
Thank you very much, Lean. And then Ala will be starting us off with the blessings we've experienced.
Thank you, Jude. I mean, there are a lot of blessings to mention about from this journey, but one thing that we can't take for granted, of course, working in a multicultural environment. I remember when we worked on evaluation project for evaluating the content which was published during the General Assembly, and it was interesting to see the different definitions from different people with different nationalities of definitions of content that was challenging gender stereotypes or reinforcing gender stereotypes. So I think one of the blessings is working in a multicultural environment. It is so amazing just to learn about others' cultures, beliefs, and lifestyles. Of course, every coin has 2 sides. There are definitely some challenges, but I think advantages overcome the challenges. So yeah, for me, I think this is one of the great blessings in this journey. Over to you, Jude. Thank you.
Thank you, Ala. Every coin does have 2 sides. I like how you put it. Lean?
Thank you, Jude. I will say that you're going to be learning the most through working. So don't expect that you're going to start with all the knowledge. You're going to learn as you go, and that's completely okay. Particularly through missions, because the blessing of missions that you're going to have the first-hand opportunity to sit with beneficiaries and people that we directly are helping. So when you sit with them, it is a humbling fact that you listen to them and that you really feel accountable, you know, for the changes and the impact that we are creating for them, and to remember and acknowledge that there is a gap between policies at HQ and what's actually happening on the ground. So it is our role to try to bridge that gap. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lean. And to Omar, who really has much to say about HQ and the field, so he truly does have unique stories, and I'd encourage, if you have that position, to reach out and hear more.
Thanks, Jude. Yes, and I saw in some of the incoming cohort that they will be based in non-headquarters locations. So for those of you that have that opportunity, please do reach out. I was lucky enough and blessed really to work on over 30 countries, conflict zones, and humanitarian crises that the UN is present in. I was even more so lucky enough to visit many of them and really experience the sense of purpose, the work that the UN does in the field and even the deep field. And by deep field, I mean we're talking villages with very little connectivity to the rest of the world. And see firsthand the sense of purpose and the real value you can feel of your work delivering on the UN's principles and purpose in these insecure environments. Those, of course, environments have their own challenges, and I think part of that is a learning experience, an exciting experience in that. We have a limited time here, so I won't go too much into that, but I think that is an extremely enriching experience that if you do have the chance, I would encourage you to jump on it as soon as possible.
Very well said, Omar. And now we'll be moving on to challenges, the last part of this session. And I'll be starting off with saying that, frankly, with you all, maybe the main challenge in the UN is career development. And this is a challenge that JPOs experience, senior leadership experience, everyone. And so you'll be hearing this from every level and any position. And we wanted you to already go in knowing this very well. In terms, what I mean by the main challenge is that career development will be, frankly, all on you. It is for you to lead yourself forward, plan your future accordingly, rather than expect it to be done by the system or by a supervisor or by a manager. Now, what I mean by the fact that it's all on you, certain things you can start to do from day one that will help you. And it's to say that applying for a job, even at the UN, is a mission in itself. And I was quite surprised when I once heard this, but it is a true story. Certain people will take on a new position, and then from day one in that new role, they're already applying for their next job. And that's because application process, finding strategically the next office you need to end up in, the right team, that takes time. And so really use the 2 years you have from day one to start strategically thinking whether you are meant to stay with the system, such as myself, who's decided to continue, or whether to move on to another international organization. This opportunity will open doors, whether in Saudi, other organizations, within the UN, in the field, HQ. So start thinking of that early. And now what things you can do is simple things, making friends before you need friends. Find your mentors, go to the other offices that don't necessarily do the exact job you do. In fact, I worked in the peace and security pillar, but that gives me access to what? Human rights, civil affairs, peace building, peace prevention. And often for you to really capitalize on your time, it's to not go in a linear manner, but maybe a bit of zigzag here and there, so you can really advance on your growth in the system. So have conversations, grab as much coffee as you can with everybody, make mentors, make friends with JPOs, with senior leadership, with interns, with human resources. There will never be a lost conversation that you will have. And start early thinking to yourself. If you are someone who wishes to move back to Saudi, foster all the key skills that you can bring back home with you. Rosanne, for example, was mentioning the other day, a lot of her connections from even the mission, the permanent mission of Saudi here, are now people she sees across in Riyadh. And that's a huge relationship. So build trust and build relationships that you can benefit with in the long term. As I said, this goes beyond a 9-to-5 job. This really does. And it's up to you to develop your career and lead that on. Thank you. I'll move it on to Ala.
Thank you, Jude. One of the challenges that I went through and personally, and I think one of the incoming JPOs might go through as well, is that you might come to a team where everyone have totally different professional backgrounds. You might feel like you're not speaking the same language. And I think the way to overcome this challenge is by being flexible, being resilient, and being open to learn other skills and to try different tasks. you might have specific expectations, but there might be some compromise. So yeah, I think the way to overcome this challenge is to be flexible, as also the colleagues in DESA mentioned. Thank you. Over to you, Jude.
Moving it to Omar to share an important challenge as well.
Thanks, Jude. And I want to share a challenge from my personal experience. Saudi Arabia and as Saudis has a complicated global perception. And in certain offices in the UN, that is felt more than others. I would say in my personal experience, working in humanitarian affairs, working on files such as Syria and Yemen, there's definitely a certain perception of Saudis, Saudi Arabia, and in general Arabs and Muslims. I think being able to, a challenge is of course managing that, right? So managing the perceptions of being Saudi in the UN, managing the difficult questions and at times difficult conversations you might have with people in these sensitive topics and areas, but also presenting yourself fully as you, your work as your work, and just letting that speak for itself and changing or being a different idea that many people will see as the first time. A lot of places I went and a lot of different meeting rooms or different actually organizations, I heard, you are the first Saudi we ever see working at OCHA, or you are the first Saudi we ever see working in the humanitarian field. You are the first Saudi that has ever visited this country. And that's challenging, of course, but also a great opportunity. And I think take that with you and make sure that you're the best ambassador to our country and our people.
Very well put. Thank you very much, Omar. And now giving the very last point, and frankly, maybe the most important takeaway from all of this to Roseanne.
I was writing something. Jude. So the last thing is, I want to tell you something. When I moved to New York, I told myself that I'm here to work. I'm not going to do friends, nothing, just work and go back home, do other stuff. And guess what? I was totally wrong. Basically, you can't live entirely alone, صح? You have to have some kind of supporting system, someone that sometimes you need a hand to hold, or a heart to understand, or an ear to listen. And I'm talking about them. They are the the best blessing that we had. We had each other. We stood together many times. Each one of us we supported each other all the time. So I met them. Umar is from Medina, Jude is from Riyadh, Leen from Jeddah, Ala from Yumbu, Amani from Mecca. But today, we're all friends and we have each other and we speak to each other almost every day. Yeah. So I love you guys and thank you, Misk, because I have them in my life. So see you soon, huh?
Thank you so much, Roseanne. Then please, if you'd allow me to conclude all this, to also say, as Roseanne said, truly, every face you see on the screen and in the room and even beyond this, we fostered together the knowledge, the information, the friendship on a professional, on a personal level. We've really grown together, whether it was discussing job applications, challenges, issues. It was, we couldn't have done it without each other. And so we hope as you all go, is that you can see each other as beyond colleagues. You might start that way, but now we look at each other as truly the best of friends and long-term friendships. Thank you, Ala, Roseanne, Leen, Omar, Amani, and thank you all very much for this opportunity to be here with you and for this session. Over from my end.
Thank you so much, Jude, and everyone. I just want to tell you guys, I think the point that everyone mentions on building personal connections and relationship, just letting you know, I went to New York I found Roseanne on LinkedIn. Roseanne took me in, taught me everything, connected me to Umar, who was on a mission and shared his apartment with me to stay because it was during General Assembly and you cannot find apartments or hotels during General Assembly, so just keep that in mind. So, and everyone here has just been a great support during COVID. We really were able to create a community and a family that were able to support each other during really a lot of tough times. So having that personal connection is just so important, and it's so important for you to build and create your tribe whenever you go, whoever they are, whether they're from your country or from other countries, and leverage on the experiences. And I think maybe I shared with some of you, so also myself, I've been part of the JPO program. I was working with the UN Office of Counterterrorism in Strategic Communication and Capacity Building. And now I manage, I'm an acting program manager within MISC Foundation, working particularly on global representation and global engagement of the foundation outside of Saudi, in addition to global citizenship programs and so on. And that actually leads me to a very important point, is that when you do see opportunities within your UN offices, make sure you tell us so we can also connect, we can build on the leverage, whether you're going into the office on sustainability and there's an opportunity for civil society or organizations to connect, whether you're in offices where there's opportunity to bring in youth participation and youth representation from Saudi Arabia. We wouldn't really know about these opportunities unless people who are engaging day-to-day on these opportunities can tell us. And this way we bring leverage to Saudi voices and multiple Saudi voices in the system. I think everyone talked about blessings and challenges. A big one for me is the country, Saudi Arabia, spends so much money on the United Nations and on United Nations entities. But when you look in the system, there's only maybe less than 50 people who work there, including JPOs that MISC sponsors. And what that tells us is that we need to be more active in terms of becoming international civil servants, global citizens, but also tell the world about our stories and not create a vacuum for other people to tell our stories for us, which is very important for each and every one of you. And I think you all see that within the system, or a lot of you who have also studied abroad already know that this happens. But within the UN, this is really your opportunity to tell an authentic story. So if I can leave you with one last advice, is be your authentic self. Do not try to be anyone else. Do not try to assimilate to a system that tells you being you is not good enough. Tell them, be very proud of who you are and where you're coming from, and never shy away from telling your own story. So that's kind of the last piece of advice for me. Again, myself and everyone who was on screen is here for you. If you have any questions, please share them now. If not, we invite you all to connect on our LinkedIn group, Saudis at the UN. If you have any questions, we're happy to help and support you. And we'd love to take a last picture before we move to the next part, if that's okay, with our JPO friends on the screen, or our alumni JPO/1 UN staff. Okay. Yes, if you don't mind. Yes, yes, and please, our new JPOs as well.
Keep smiling. Thank you so much for the alumni JPOs who joined us online and the ones in person. Honestly, amazing advice. يعني نحنا who are not going to the program عن جد, we are very excited for you, and I think it's going to be a wonderful experience. Thank you, Jude, Omar, Ala, and everyone here, Roseanne, Amani, and everyone here. I just want to leave the floor for maybe 5 more minutes. I would love for you guys to stay online. If the upcoming JPOs have any questions, again, it is hybrid, but we do want it to be somewhat engaging. Again, and listening to the advice of many people within the UN system and outside, I think the common advice I hear is ask questions, and I want to leave the floor to you if you have any questions to the alumni JPOs, the ones here or online, just to feel free to ask and just engage. تشجعوا شوي. Noura? No questions. Khalid? No. That's okay, we'll take it offline. طيب, okay, great. Go to the training.
Thank you, Ghadir. Thank you, everyone. I think you deserve a break now, 5 minutes, and then we will conclude with Ms. Razan العقيل يعطيها العافية جاية اليوم for communication و protocol training. طبعا ما شاء الله يعني المعروف لا يعرف. دائما نشوف ما شاء الله فيديوهاتها everywhere. She is a senior director of public policy و advocacy في مكاتفة, و she will be giving you كذا 1 hour session about the communication and her personal experience and so on. So you can have your refreshing break for 5 minutes, and then we will conclude in 5 minutes inshallah the training.